Yo, assalamualaikum bari ngolu tolom sehu kalbe bismillah jiri pe online bantaba. Bi arjuma lumba April karotil tanin kononto the 19th of April 2024. Mbal bolo sayla first of all delay in coming out on nyami anyata program on the start 8 apologies. But we are live right now on Judicial online bantabala Facebook and YouTube. Nina luntamba ne alonko any minute mba sambala no studio to. Menkata chairman Yankuba Darboe. Me alonko ni wato kono abe
YouTube
abe UK jang nata fagen la nata jang so ngani opportunity sees bawo mo busy rimbalom ka samana UDP la platform moto bawo della gayen fongola mole mateti UDP le ntolenga na candidate le mata nata gagné anda be doku kendo ke kan me alonko Gambia be ajele ko Yankuba Darboe be doku minna. So this is one of a perfect opportunity for the people in diaspora to have Chairman Yankuba Darboe. Rare opportunity. Na kabara trial many times prior na jam plala 100 days subanta bari ninga schedule anytime and in kudo seveng. But alanata ke biwo kany silo botanata bantaba. So it's going to be a breathtaking interview. Komalialo nyaming. Carl, welcome to the to you Online Bantaba. Atoli supporters solo. Melbe Diaspora, Melbe Gambia, ngalon ko West Coast ko dol fanang. True Powerboy ara dol ba la moy la furmo ko ya announce je ko ñu interview with Kelabi. So we'll talk exclusively about West Coast region, but also my national issues all fanang put like into perspective because the Gambia obviously the West Coast bundle is the biggest region. In the Gambia, most populated, of course. So, sa imbal kondo na bake. The program that in Mansata La Tola, Alamandu Naf, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Funda kono Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Mina okacha min sura jantol besen na fasu doje. Na patio men fana United Democratic Party tin na fasu doje po hamo menti 2026 Kenya. So say Alnyabe Chairman Yankuba Darboe on the studio. He is right now well set, Komalia Nyaming. Apparetale so nabe kacha soto la jang ngalo ko ay kacha jamal leke membe kiri aning platform dol welcome to ko Kerfatu and other media outlets in Gambia ate hanita media lale ate manke public officer de mema melka sila media la so maybe I overantale because ate fama beno media le kabirin kibaro network struggle kono so yala momo be media kono wobuga sila media la so andung this is really mba contente ka bismillah UDP online banta ba man ka jall luntanti before I tanya palaso for nyini chairman Yankuba Darboe akatra his regular on UDP TV media UDP online bantaba any other media outlets in the diaspora so he's no stranger to whatever is happening today so mbalbe welcome to this very important interview with the chairman of Brigadier Council Yankuba Darboe mbokay manglana bismillah UDP online bantaba tay aljuma fukki fan ak juroom ñeneen ci wéri April tay dañ am gan bu mag nekk fii nekk kilifa bu mag nekk West Coast region chairman Yankuba Darboe mooy suñu gan bi dinañ am waxtaan ak moom waxtaan bi nag si soose lañ ko def waaye léegi if anybody wants to say pour ñu translate some of the things in Wolof we can do it because platform bi nag we have a diversity in this platform because UDP we are here for Gambia we are not here for benn ethnic group or whatever but this conversation for this benefit of ñoo xam ne ñu ngi si West Coast region te xam ne anglais du suñu làkka suñu laaka mi mooy ay soose Wolof Pul so loolu tax bantaba suñu waxtaan bi yëpp dañ ko def in local languages so that those people because lii dañ ko dee record ñu def ko si WhatsApp food yi suñu laaka anglais maa yangs mun nañoo laaka anglais throughout waaye lan la moo benefit waa Gambia lan la moo benefit waa West Coast suñu nijaay ak suñu papa yoo xam ne dégguñu anglais so this is the reason why ñun bantaba all our programs like some of the platforms in Gambia dañ ko dee def si local languages so maa ngi leen a bismillah di leen géegal tamit si tardement bi tuuti because nit ki léegi da nga di plan dara some things can just come but obviously we have the suñu gan bu mag fii later on I will open the lines for people to call in because this is a rare opportunity pour ngeen laajte Chairman Yankuba Darboe question boo xam ne yéen da ngeen bugga pour mo tontu leen so thank you so much we are going to welcome the chairman now pour mu nuyuwante ak yéen dañu dugga si waxtaan bi Chairman Yankuba Darboe bismillah
baraka bake sehu ngeen konton bake ngeen platform o be konton UDP online bantaba congratulate la election of Fanana as the chair of the UDP United Kingdom chapter. Barala doku betwal be minke gambale encourage la pour ka ga doku nyin continent din kontan de bage kana platform do be jiber la be dunia dawda menu be diaspora in the country in and out be tentula be jayla be kontona kontan de bage kana. And we look forward to a fruitful discussion. Come here for media. Media kaya tukuna media da kumada bakele.
Akumada
la puri ni molu be mine ni aje membu kana media de salon kule ba amari be kule abe kule ke kamia lon kamala fi mole bo min karam.
Amaye fundi wo betala chairman bismillah ko ribe la fojon di enjoy kam.
Ba enjoy kan nga enjoy baga fan.
Okay la yalo nyin banko yalo stranger ite mo jankoleti
wallahi
ale chairman before ma tun kacha ko ngalon ne ko na interview cancel no because of na big supporter wole bama banta nyima ma kom ko de sangola on deni de be diam tala lu mena nga schedule ko is just fitting the interview ni cancel so nyima konto na sangola ko de ka bama bantala man man ko forkelay you know so ite fana nata tama kata Sweden ila Sweden tripo kada ngadi
no man na bofa man na ta no Sweden
man nata okay
so Monday nyanda la Germany le
okay
nyanda la Germany we have another engagement at Frankfurt on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. So Sweden fana nyanda la nunje ba ngombe ta minketa nga programul ñi nga nem program dole even dole cluster in UK. So where I had to cancel the Sweden one. So Sweden one level in the whole Scandinavia one in that Finland.
Bob to the wala ma
then we can probably go to Sweden for now and then Norway. It was going to be a short notice visit named Mamfuda Gambian because we have a big Gambian population in Sweden. And it's one place me alonko na authorities Kenya kasi jela back. But we have a lot of I think now we should have a diplomatic thing going on that in Sweden because we have a lot of Gambian Swedes in Sweden. So Bamplema de me alonko Europe sign na badia balle soto. Nitara Sweden now we go Gambia where is that? They must have known somebody me alonko was a Gambian. So Nintada J, Gambian will see at a Nyamin J. It would be important through Nimulia Midnum, and the Nintada would have been a very short because Nyandala Monday, Muruna literally Wednesday.
Okay, that was going to be very.
We would have had only Tuesday Doro because Monday shoot all Wednesday Ularonga Findina. Yalo ningo okay Sweden odiamo fona mina siala de moja ma fola
but ila ke won ko kana diplomatic mission lodges. I think Sweden, Germany and in Japan, those are the three countries they target. So mala mona be kega why those diplomatic missions still in my year but your program le nonde na barola mole ko be wole kala so mala mona ila NPP do wolbe werende de go wol fata babla were they will get a call that made la sambala Sweden sambala Japan yale la ko lord
ni guys have a kodi table but ni dara be 40 million de la media la duma ñu moli bi ke kanam bu la
Chairman be do no kacha ko later but thank you so much I'm content about ke soto jang and non defanam ba fole ko definitely nga feedback men soto from the diaspora mol ko itelen mo follow ti member the diaspora yento nya fita because biri nyim fali mo keta mo jabala ka for diaspora ngol men be bota jaye palaso de they turn out to be big disappointment. So biri young biri defaran ganyeta all eyes on you ko youngs num fana ngaji be fata fana me tell abe more disappointed but mashallah hani mol men mantra UDP mele alongo neutrals it beka for no youngs is doing a fantastic job ngamera Amad Ba damma mani baro wol damma wol nyako de mato do ko la biko wol nati la la sati hotole ko la dula salte tale ko je no tale
ay wala fe god la be nori
e ko dula be nori
na ofiso be nori
me do no kacha to le kiaman but anyway nga kacha that in follow youngs obviously ye super vertical sort of become a brinkato fighter ila in melota ye dan back in I think you got over 77,000 plus votes.
That's right.
You know, which is really unprecedented. West Coast. So awayata ndiko kartifaila li jigi bale so de la kuto. So youngs really sit in palace to sign over 1 year plus.
It's less than 1 year still. It's 8 months now.
More 1 year see follow 8 months. Okay. Because ila keep me no letter back. It feels like
10
it's
months
1
now.
year.
10 months now.
10 months. Okay.
$10 months,
so Karitang, Sai Youngs, cool the nyadi. How is life being a chairman? Because what do we struggle activism, opposition ya Katara platform altogether, but signing in public officiality.
Yes.
So what is the difference being an elected official and in Ntolbe development analyze? So how is life Benyadi has been chairman of West Coast region?
It's not too bad. Yalong public service depend moya je nyama ni dunta je nyame. Because modo se dum public service kono ako ngamfang enrich ngake ko ditije mo se dunje aya foko natale puruka na society nying ka progress en ka sambanya. So nini wo objective nyin duntaje then ila goals mementi bo achieve lan. So janimbe dunnaje ngalo nako na mulu in West Coast because mulu da West Coast le menda je le ngalo ko dol birkama area council na fa fa la doya tanye for so many years ni ko mule birkama area council ni betambele ga boya hayna jana je beten na beten so man jela na fa anan kumayalo anu nte nada in the West in sita in UK ngaje council la importance benyame kuo kubemu council led and I know ko system union design danyame mfanantala importance nyanda kela wala nyam but mune atina for some reason ntolta buga perform then atadal to a point where amanjara which is no longer rocket science corruption or benyum because mon kan namo jole but what happened to that mune ka happen to that namu kodonyi you know so wala kabirin kana na objective nyimu munet wala nyundu ko nga make so coming out on campaign oto nyame go ben kulle be area council na namo ka jolon dingo min aka disappear dama ka yema ndame wuddin ko fansa wuddin ko soki nanan namo marano nganawo namo nyinta nga spend nga murunde nan ka development of fena na dulalto ando mu kulle de mi ala kumada bigon tolla dunia bebe progress kam fontolia we are going backward so ngani na previous wala nyindiko this central government be fail kan and the central government I believe that will fail the covering before the 2021 election because remember I said it in one of the political platform ko ñunu ye dangole ke mo kan ni election o e voting ke ñunu jita kule ke mamminke ye min fa ko wala bete yala ibina min fa ko and that's what happened Mani so many examples. So Kabirin Data Area Council, our whole intention was to limit corruption. Corruption on ka dangu doyen jeba. And then to make sure that kudu minkana no kudu nyimuta and we start investing on the people. Nina whole objective. And I made sure Kabirin Data I stepped my feet down and said, you know what, this is what we are going to do. No matter how because yalon kelo mpare ngol tata o kama because ngalon ne kelo binala from left right and center but I had to mentally I was prepared for it and I know kelo nying abe serious la and abe jawyal fanam because nini president mimbe banko kan come Adam Barrow in ite ko be development of fena any water kulum killing ibe prela kero because akawla for money. He's ready for it. So he's going to do everything to undermine you in any way that he can. So I was prepared for that. So mfana mimura wala mnyinduko niyola betulaji. But we have to make sure, because coming out from campaign, I was the last hope of the diaspora.
Yes.
If I fail, that would have been the end of everything. Because diaspora, that'll to a point from Gambian only Angelico, you know, not all opportunities all that. Nina
Exactly.
Yemul Jahase, Yapalaso Dila, it a film perform Nola, and then I think that was a very bad misrepresentation.
Yeah.
Because diaspora iko tamo form karawant. Because Nico Gambian only, what is the development goals of many Gambians? Nico, what is their yardstick for development? Ebe mim fole wole mnyi ko lafta la ngaka ko Europe. Because it's very simple. Nka ba tele akole nga sayani niola pour nga futa Europe. Simply because Europe is developed. So mfanana mo lafta to get to Europe. So fine, to get to Europe, for example, Europe long, let's say Europe near America or West or developed nation. For example, long how Europe get Europe to Nyam. And number one bekela mole to me European olam. But European on the also don't know because ultina nola dol la job nyaming and in a standard of benefit benyaming kaminde mon. European on so the only people who may attract no, may so willingly ka volunteer. Wolmum fangola mon let many along with Europe. Ye katakul ke kuntaje karam soto londo soto e system o longa ka work nyami pour wole na mako in the system o nyen develop ake system de mi ala bendema. So new European olu minu nyandan dol mako la Europe wol modol nata wol bad misrepresentation of the banko kay wol be tokia yalo sign we are doomed because new society la envy moment wala mukake Europe wala mi dola development yard stick wol now sign it a European also don't know la mila mol minu data Europe wol nata wol etiñaroge. So how are they going to get to Europe? This is how are they going to reach that European standard? That is the big question mark. So the burden on my shoulders is very heavy. And every day I go to bed with that conscience I am leaving a legacy, not just for my but for many other people, because I want more Europe to be inspired. Nga make so nga Gambia bondi abe daming because Gambia be dinkolo kono, you know. Momo mampare ofole malong Gambia be dinka bale kono. You know, last time ndara num fonye I told the people there nko yalom folon ga vale dinkolo be West BAC. But what I have discovered is what dinkolo ne wolga million letter. Dinka bale be State House wolga billion letter. So Gambia is in a very, very steep hole. We the diaspora the monkey no like a Gambia bonino denko. We have to be part of it. We have to help Gambia we have to rescue it from that hole.
Absolutely.
Nimma woke at a beteala. What at cabinet data na kilo birangam pare kiro kama nga ke one step by step let because ni na kabere na da BAC na da kilebul jamale belare baran kam min foy wala ñun let's take one step at a time. Let's start with the big fish. The big fish is first. William the CEO and the director
Jonga le sai
Jonga and Jeng ye Jonga samba banjun
banjun
jen samba manza Congo.
Wow.
So ikala want to go system mbulu. It's a very bad system. Because wolmu molle no mini ala wala kudo min do is too much. Too batale. ndol fongo bela kodo dol jokane because about 5 million e wala ta ndol fongo kodo ndol makalam da you know
birit fongo nada 5 million wala lof otopoch
birin tol fongo nada yal ne minge ndol nada on the 1st of June 2023 ngatara all the accounts were in minuses. So na Eco Bank account was around minus 6 million, one account. Trust Bank was
overdrawn by 6 million.
Yeah, minus 6 million every year.
Wow.
Then Trust Bank was minus 3 million. Vista Bank was about minus 3 million as well. And then GT Bank was about minus 2 million. And then the other banks neither either minus 25 letter or minus 200 and something thousand. And they had almost 10 different bank accounts. 10 different bank accounts.
10 different bank accounts.
10 different bank accounts. So I come in keep dribble between these accounts. So kabirin nada. Jenning kana nsita nu lare le ya onkul lare ya nde lare lamin mane lamin komma nsita nu jelto Boubacar Siddiq and then Badara Sow Aliou Badra yes so nsita jele we strategize and then from those experienced guys you have to go after the budget first. You have to go after the accounts because what more Mamfutaje follow, but I thought that maybe there is some money, you know. What is your priority? And then one of the things more benung min woshi come back balitul buka ko samana rabirka marsoka kenyaming and so many other things. So I definitely need a septic tank, at least 1 or 2, and I also definitely need garbage trucks. Because Malon the state of the trucks, but I need something to be able to respond to Mulla complain on you. So I remember Doctor Lamin Mani and Lamin Komaiku. Then we need to know what is in the accounts, and then we also need to know what is the budget line, what are on the budget this year, to see whether we can do environment and how we're going to sift one thing from here so that we can give priority to these things. So data kabirin data I already did my homework. I ngalong nsulata minna. So kabirin futata I remember first day one kabirin nenjonga first introduction meeting or shot and everything okay say alamem ndol sulata accounts bank statement of all our accounts and then sulata budget of for this year. Okay, I'll try and provide you with those ones. At that I budget of fena. Then account dolu ama bareka ol fena. so
Kalabande start out.
Then the next minute before I realized that yembulan samba on this UN Habitat program in Kenya. Samba for about 1 week. I think 1 week. So murundana. And then I still insisted on the bank statements. I want to know what is happening. So kabiri bank statement. So bank statement will na bondo wala get a problem. So the next thing, kabiri yalong ko yalong memengele ko mbatunga ila letter leak to Fatu network. So nga letter internal memo means safai requesting for the bank statement. You will leak Fatu network. Maybe they were thinking ninga exposed to the media, he will be scared. Yalong vananga ming. Sayanga minge. Ninga letter safe. Janni tolba bon la Fatu network mfonga bon nga samba ker Fatu ngal nga rasa.
Baru.
Ango another ka bon the media. Sal nga mu bon the media. I went to Pamodo where we need our bank statements. So pressure started mounting. Bank statement or that he's the chairman. He requested for it. You have to provide it. So back and forth. Then they brought the bank statements. Kabrin bank statement or not. Then what more? Janna bank statement of any guy. He drafted a formula account statement balance. I all fena. Guy, what is this? It's a bank statement. Guy, do you know what a bank statement is?
I
table all of that. Just like this Excel table. Your banks have Eco Bank, yala balance account balance can maybe 200 and something
Wala
dollars.
no bank statement
Wala
yan.
no bank statement. Kaya ko yung ready for your bank statement olo.
Alaf your 419 na yan. Alaf your 419 na.
Alaf 419. Kaya let me show you a bank statement on my app. Ngana NatWest bank account o yela. Kaya you see, this is what they call a bank statement. Guy, do you have something like this from the banks with regard to this institution? That's what I want. Get me those ones for all the bank accounts that we have. Then you come in nitada your bank account sabafena. Are these all the accounts that we have? Yes, but it list you brought about 6-7 banks. Zenit bijela nyim bank roll. Okay, let me go and get all fena. So all the banks, that's when I started seeing those bank statements and everything was just all red. That day I almost felt sick. I almost felt sick because I was hoping that this is a big institution. It should have something. But the institution had nothing. That was too sad. So I was like, I had all these dreams, all these visions and ideas of things, development on Yantamin, and then we have nothing in our account. Where are we going to start? So I didn't Nila for development ola jang ibakala komi rohinyol ka nyame nen talib feisita banta dunia koneta dani roke ene sokodo la ena development on ka gola nyama kunya because local government there is no money here there is no money here. Let me tell you something. I'm not going to beg anybody. I came from the West. I'm not going back there to beg them. I came to prove to them that Africa, we can stand on our own feet. I'm not going to beg anybody. I want all the money minka bonum from our own taxpayers. That's what we're going to use and build our own Babylon for ourselves. We are not going to be indebted to anybody. So every day, so I keep saying statement on Kabri, a 1 month statement fena. I realized that because 16 million came in, 16 million went within the space of 30 days. Wow. I said, this is a joke. So the next minute I went to the council, I brought in thresholds. I said, nobody can withdraw certain amounts without my approval. And I pushed it on. Kabiru Wanata, they did their politics. Some of the other councillors for approval cannot vote. It's like a name voting because it will only be UDP councillors, Bakla, and then it will look like it didn't have the backing of all the political parties that we are divided. So I put those councillors together. I said, look, Almandaran Dejang, you know, Ndefana Mandarato Lejang. Ndanatul Bay, we are here for the people of West Coast. Kukilin Nebija. Mo fula drone Nebija, what a most of a monan. Well, like a West Coast, Uncola Kudu Bedom. Yeah. Mo fula most of all elephant Ndanatul Keloke. Nintol Keleta. Ndoletara Kelo, Tolba Sunyalo de Basama. And I told them more fuaria and de la more fuaria. Nothing. The next 4-5 years in the Fenne achieve laja. But that's what they've done to the previous council. Ibele divide tay mang fenkeno mo bebe nyo koma le nyo bole la ba fala nyo bata nyam pati car le bata nyam ngo if we nintol fane o dadijak we will not deliver and then our people will be the big losers. Ngo nyim mo flul jonga and jeng, they are the biggest criminals in this world. I'll see ali jibe ibem fayla nyo kanne e kudo beta atole na jibe fo bendel affect le fa ba tole affect. And then number 2 ngam fanam fayni wala nyindugo, this is how it works here. Nalmang, if you don't support me on this, you're going to need the chairman to support you for whatever projects you're going to have. If you don't support me, I don't support you. So we become enemies from day one. Simple. Because coming after I was ready for the battle and I am ready for the fight. So I can fight with any one of them. And I told them, every one of you, I can fight with you from day one up to the next 4 years if you want. Because I am not here to joke. I am here to work for the people of West Coast. So I don't want to mix that with anything. So they all agreed. They said, look, it's a community before we're not going to accept that. We have to change. And we are in agreement for the change. You know? Yeah. So we passed the thresholds. So Kabinu Wakeda, that's when we realized Koyarava Yunuka Kudu passer anyhow adiate. So kabirang nga account control. Then we started paying back the
debt
from the minus 10 million plus to ngo bejo for janding around December, October benasila ngo be clear. And we were still able to do some other developments, but in other minge, in other kodo nyum fanam from outside. So ning revenue was like 3 million they were bringing on a weekly. Revenue started to reduce to almost like 900,000 weekly. So even to pay the salaries became a struggle. So
yang jane betambila jela. I wati jeleta nying ngabere dead men overdrawn men kanajanga my almost it surpasses 11 million or almost 13 million. Yeah, dobe 8 million, dobe 3 million. So I wati jeleta purkanin debt will be clear. It any more.
About 6 months. Somewhere around December, we had cleared all the debts, literally.
Oh, 6 months ago, you will be clear.
The bank account will be bonded from minus, and we brought them all to credit. So
what a tremendous achievement. What kind of mashallah.
Well, we brought them all to credit, and then somewhere around the ending of February, we were already having about 20 million in our accounts. So that was why we disbursed 14 million.
Yeah, mina wo tole wo 14 million of alla 28 words. 20 word money say. Mina jele but ngalom bribe nyinke ka yangs. Obviously ndolbe ba fokanko ebe ngeli pamuro la interview pamuro ba fala yangs ita kada kelola West Coast because Gambia ni lafta corruption o kelela ebe moria do kulale ebe kobe kelela you become enemy of these corrupt people. But yangs ngajele with everything you stay put more determined. Ngaje from at some point Ntofo bale kare wol duntaje man sakona duntaje.
Yes.
Ka wol fasa comme yemenke KMC with Sedamo Martin. You understand? Cool keta at some point va ngamera at moto dole from the CEO la moto fo ina the police yo die abonda. Can you explain that? Mona keta what happened there?
No yalo kelo min keta at West Coast Asia BAC Seattle yalo nga neutral they were well entrenched in the council. Yes, support soto dum bakele jeng na dimbaya belebe council.
Jeng ato ngalon ko fenkelon jongalo CEO jennam monti
jennam finance director jennam finance director. Okay. Your finance director. Okay. But you see jen ding fula bebe system o kono adin sabale benunje.
Wow.
Adim musudo ndolo ngatarle yo fenkele o suspend no indefinitely because oka invoice all data from outside ga viral hijang oka invoice all data outside aka funds collection oka na kodo be kata so yo bonni system janne ndol fon kana itol fon ya jelo ko ota tambita itol fon le bonni janne ndol kana ndol na dingol min bendaji wala Suleiman Jengti and then we realized ko dindo fon am je ga fo e by set jeng and then ala broda bije ala broda do fanam bije abitam bije ala other cousins all bije it was
so you actually like a Jenkunda lady.
It was Jenkunda. So you literally went into Jenkunda and you waged a war against the Jenkunda family. So this is the situation. It wasn't easy. And then I was fighting against that. So literally I would enter into BAC. The only people that I would probably greet with, Wolamona Consulolti, and then some other few staff, so many alongo, they realized the situation of BAC was at a sustained nola for and the changes mean yininka wolam quote me ala wala belavan because sign you get a modul ka information of dealer ko dol bi de wol kata ga fo mo le ko nyima fallon nyin sa jonga bonni no jang jonga jongate so these people were very powerful in the government structure. And then Barrow from Bekoma, the whole state house apparatus Bekoma. They want you to believe governor of Bekoma, governor of West Coast Bekoma. Everyone of Walananako Prim, a security belevena and a norma, police all and everybody. You see what I mean? But and then you come in Itani wala Nyinduko, Yanks Nimbanko Mazakunda Bele from Malaf Yanks, la Mazakunda Bele ba Akeleka Nyinte Melaja. So ye wole dinu mol so mojama malafi to side with us. But yalong, I was well prepared for it. So I was ready. Nila for physical fight. I was ready for it. Nila for movement, I was ready for it. But we have to end it because Wokodo Mankela Kuditi. They might have it as they are Kunda, but the money there did not belong to them. So I know that, and I know ko Womol we jikole sodande do wala ne carte o fagn.
Yeah.
And kabir metala ngalahi do leta wallahi do kuma da bagele. I cannot betray that. So anatra mbefala wo kanne pour alaya lonko ngalahi do min tambole timmanika. It's very important, you see. And then mbekelo min vanan kekaya mbekelo kaga molle min alonko, they are very, very poor. And you know, say who, if I tell you from January to now, hadama dungu min durunata BAC mi alonka bulukensa manta, we had to give them something. Uranjala lemod, the danino koleata, and all these things is uncountable. Every day every week, mulsina with all kind of problems. We have to respond in kind because they sorted no, but we don't let you go empty-handed. We try and give you something, provided you bring us something me alongo is tangible to prove ko yin mukuleti mantara makeup kan kurang le bala ala doctor fenko, and we try and help them with that. We've been doing that from day one. Whenever kenung hanaka kenu, it was on a minor scale like a kenu world at West Coast, you know. But we are able to do that is because we are been able to control Molla Kodo, you know, because it's not few people who came from benefit. So so Kabin work Kelobe on, you can imagine ngaminge hani officer la chabol nge bele falling.
Yeah.
Nimbetala misiro to molaka lo ayla samado mo tabe ko ni wande samado la ka disappear. Sometimes I'll go for an aliadre in malum fuk tonde la munko yenyu munko jere ka munko mini e ka munko tarane 6 kilo lu mala e ka munko ayol le ko te bol faila te ka kuol ke case cadre ba vele ha nying na dol fon ya vele ko ninga nyi sango fon December fon ninga o fon baluno
ninga o fon ke threaten
e kala fele e ka fole pour fon tulo e amoy.
Wow.
Yeah, you have.
But youngs, it wasn't all easy because ngajele ndol social media back and forth. Nite later safe, jonga fanaya safe.
Yes.
Jonga respond.
Yes.
So it was really at some point. When will this madness end? So, but Jonga at the beginning he was cooperating with you. You understand?
Yes.
Ngajele at the beginning, fire okele pruka pretend, but later on. I changed at 360 degrees. So what stopped that? Go back and forth because Nadia at some point it stopped. Okay? But at the beginning it was like a ping pong game. Itening Jonga tema, nite safero gafana safe, nite safero. Muna natake for stopped that.
Yellow.
So he ran out of steam. He realized
no, he ended up cooperating at some point. He provided some documents. And then at some point, you know, we were trying to use the council, the general council, to say, you know what, if you don't so the general council, I've always taken the matters there, and all the councillors will tell him, if you don't take it to chairman, we will pass a resolution and we'll get rid of you from the council. What we've even discovered is that Jonga was in total control of that council because Sirfo Sonko doesn't know what Sirfo Sonko was doing.
So Jonga
was dictating everything that happened in that council. He was the alpha and omega. You think you are the alpha and omega of this institution. Jonga, yalong correspondence minket back and forth minket and mim finita media. Jurumole keta mialo jurumole keta. Bank sol famote. Back and forth minketa with the banks la jilla. Ole fongo siata fongo bed.
Wow.
Because Yalon told we were trying to control the banks. And Jonga was saying that Bank Sol, he will not, he has the exclusive rights over our banks. So, Ninte labonga bank sol from bank the Eco Bank la head of commercial something Jata Francis Jata or something. I command the code threaten ka for go tell him the head of BAC. I had to even send them the law. I go, hey, this man doesn't know what he's talking about. I am the head of this institution. So there was a battle between us. But you know, I realized that these people, Yalo Mune Jonga Fati and the later on, because beginning, as you said, he was cooperating. State House le Jonga Fati and Tole Kai Taje and then Mindiate Akai. Just make sure, let him not be able to deliver. Wow. We will back you 100%. It only back coma, Baro Nala Mole back coma. Baro from him, he himself is part of it. Yeah, then at the same time, your case will come and Samba Banyun court. All of that was
way more better. It took us by surprise.
Your case, all of it was because they wanted to basically kill me off literally. I cannot spirify, and then I would fail miserably. And I said, but coming out I came with the mentality to fight. I came with that fighting mentality that I was ready to fight up to my graves. I am ready for it. So the back and forth with Jenga. So now the problem because now no money can be withdrawn without the chairman's signature. This is where I now quote him.
Wow.
So and then I communicated that to all the banks. And then I'll take you to court because this money belongs to the people of West Coast, and I am the representative of the people of West Coast here. Whether you like it or not, I am.
Yeah.
So some of the banks, they understand it. This man, and despite whatever you with all his deficiencies or with all his shortcomings, what he is saying, he is right. He's the representative of the people of West Coast. So we have to deal with it. You know. So we. And then nimmawo accountable mudanu seho because coming out of what we later realized was Jonganin Jeng a fake statement only did na kafoko na Reliance Bank the Supersonic Bank we were owing no money at those banks. Yarfan in somewhere on the 12th of June it had a wotole it had a Reliance le a 2.8 million ta a koikata 1/6 lejo. The same day, staff 1/6 lejo for Tobaski that year. The same day, a better Reliance 2.8 out, another Supersonic 2.8 out of it. Makes it 5.6 million. Dolmambo Kalama, na signature mantraji malo vonta nyami.
So basically, it sounds look like fiction, but reality. But young, I come to you bank for it only younger, it only just because he all they just oblige, right? Because due diligence, because such a large amount of money, you know.
Yeah, because Yalom before, and then before Ndolangana coming out for Nyoma, Jonga was the alpha and omega of the institution.
Yeah.
Now, so banks all they ended up realizing and it had a chairman didn't Jonga involved. So this is the thing. And Jonga is young guy, inexperienced, is not very incompetent. And then it didn't take me long to know because this man is not competent to be a CEO. He doesn't even know his left, right, and center in this institution. Institution of I understand. You know? So I had to tell him, look, if we want this institution to succeed, we have to do X, Y, and Z. But I'm pare to follow that because he felt like then dictate so it was a problem. But State House la interference into it. They think that we don't know. Molka Vondolenga Jongala Motoja BAC Avadunka State House. Kabirung Jonga Womotol Dungo that State House Akafina. Jonga changed. Now Kabiring Olongo Ngalongo saying this is now a Tamita Thankolal Muslahalal. Now he is very much emboldened because he believes the powers are behind him.
Yeah.
And Nundoldung, we are representative of the people. Ndoltinala chicken. No. You will have to kill us. And realmente akalafile information of how futanna ko. He has the State House behind him. So he can't wait. Don't look at it. Seven kwenye chair. Yale like State House back common. Yeah, you know, nimman back out ibe fenko kala. Ngoye ibe mune kenola. The thing that they can do is nothing to do my munkidola, and I'm ready for that. Let them do it. Why are they just behaving like chickens and they're using this man as their puddle to come and fight me? Why don't they come and fight me? He believes he has power. Why don't he take his gun and I am boom? Because I came here, mula jikoning anila lano wole insindaja. And I'm doing my job. It's in the State House. You're supposed to be dealing with so many other issues. For what reason? I don't even know. So this is where the whole thing was, and Kabiri Jonga emboldened. Then we realized that we're saying we all gloves off. We have to go for Senko, fiscal or sign. So nin ndoluko moli nyenke jonga savo wata kel so sign institutional sign yalonko we call it impasse. We are having impasse. We were having an impasse period. So to a point that imagine kabiring bank ninjonga banksol kelele banksol be lata na wol be na rangang ministry e banksol save account will be freeze. You'll be almost
thank is it Safi Shankare.
History got involved and they did all of that. So what period on what time of an what molembe would lal concrete come musolie. So ilafane account all freeze, we would have no money for concrete all complete.
I'll stifle complete.
And stifle completely. So I remember what time on a berodol from order berol manano, corol manjono, cementol order rajana cementol manjono. Council was not paying anything. Everything became so tough. Alangan konfai molia nga fo molia makoy nga ke fenko ta ton de levantage do ningan konfai molia molbena, and that's exactly what we did. Mvindira mon kam molia makoy before it all realized nga blabe concrete nga parent. So ne dulado sukinyan ka kudo le miranga fintene dulado la. So this is how it's been going. But one thing we did is mbana nila account all bala and we stick to our accounts nga make so na account all jonganin jenkana automa because ni sabotage ni be min keka for an account will be deplete again. We will still continue with the minuses into the 2024. But to tell you the truth, it was really tough. Very, very tough.
It was tough. But at the end of the day, something very positive came out of it.
Yes, something
really... right now. Alial, put your feet on the ground and moving forward. But young Janine continue quickly because audience will make question on Unigala. One Yankuba big kinte ako sedile ask Chairman Darboe. Hence, they have overwhelming evidence against Jonga for misappropriating council funds. Why can't the council take action against him? Legal.
No, we will take action against Jonga and Jeng. Minketa, we believe what the commission is going to disclose even more.
Yeah, in fact, let me tie the two questions. Somebody else asked for Jen Ninjeng. Are they subjects of inquiry to this ongoing local government commission?
They are. They're supposed to go there. They're supposed. Imagine can you 60 million of info the cashier and Kante guy. Ko Kante guy le amaming account for no. I can tell you half of that money. That 50 million, half of it, it must have all disappeared between Jonga, Jeng, and the previous CEO. They must have. They are the ones that are. Okay, Mimbailo, cashier, and then some other people. Yaleka Minke. They will give these little ones maybe 1 million, 2 million. It only the huge bulk yet. This is how they operate. One of the things Ndalunga Milan from BAC was that every week. Eka kodi boto le fena nung Silfo Songola office as chairman.
Kodi boto?
It's about, maybe it will have about 100,000 or 150,000. Yeah, BACJ. You don't know how BAC used to operate. Every week here, Friday, katale account all fending so they are empty and I tala mobe tema mobe ta so the general boto ba.
Mobe ya ika kude tala mobe
every Friday kawlek. Why institution of work no nyadile? Nimbanko from bitano nyadile with that kind of thing. Say the least.
But young, you know, nga kibaro shoto ke ko dolbe council. Ikata susuol kono me alonko every week ika foka 1,000 for 2,500. Ikatara ni nka folo ni nuka ni kodo bondi bidole. Ni susuol me alonko ni afenge ka kodi jama shoto alla ni molbe wala ko so yar fe ka nyene ke every Friday.
Every Friday. Yalo ni lodgement on ne collection ka from Monday.
Ha.
Ika mimbe koleka katare bulle Friday le kana ka kodo nyinjo. So Friday nini wakodo nara. Jeng is the master operator. So Jeng bafale wakodo do samba bang dodo. You know samba bang dodo. You know samba you know fena office jang. You know fena ofena. So ni abe fena nate abe fenka doron. Abe kude. Carla Boton no ofudan ne wala. Carla Boton no ofudan ne wala. Carla Boton. You know, too many wrongs happen at that place.
Oh, so presumably Ilake Fanang he was a beneficiary, right?
He was getting nothing less than 100,000 every week. He was getting nothing less than 100,000 every week. I was told. I was not there. I was told. You know, and me and him fonye. Akonyelo ko kodo dole mister. And he's in a position to know it. Akunye kodo nyile. I'm not going to disclose his name. Akunye kodo do abenun kodo dole jibe kan kodo nying dasata. Sarada jeng no makai jeng. Akai la nying kodo nyin dasata dem betala chairman no ya ngata nying ko bole. Ako jeng kaya kai chairman no ya kai hanive fambara na kai yenying bodo yenying bus do nyin jelo ma tal den kada samba wol. These people are very corrupt. Very corrupt.
No, it's sad because
I'm going to write all of this in a memoir so that people read and understand corruption. Corruption is very bad. And then before I came, I was very much against corruption. But saying I am even more against corruption because corruption Gambia shouldn't be where it is now. Gambia should be somewhere far better than where it is. Jawara Kadamim for Singapore, that's where we should be. But corruption only at in a Mumford and OJ. Well, for tribalism and all these things. They don't understand the real problem of Gambia. The real problem of Gambia is corruption. And until we fight and end corruption, Gambia will not go anywhere. I'm telling you, steadily, when we took over BAC, we were minus 10 million. Pamodu, one time we were supposed to pay Pamodu 30,000 here. 30,000 nga cheko dia la. Kabiri nga cheko di Pamodu la nga eko bar cheko nying. Ita kas lady but for Thursday. A whole institution. And by then I knew everything that was going on, how our accounts operate. Guy Pamodu guy bargaining kodo kana cash de be for photos de near lodgement or those de demanding better regulation as no.
Is it now come?
So Yemenge dole mistake go way check order da. Ade Pamodu la Pamodu la mul command Tuesday ko alla check ko pare na kama. So wol na de ko abari ko Tuesday adole check ko DB fo ko do mbak so no lal bi ko ha da bank. So Pamodu la mul tara bank in check deal bank ngoli jibe ko
that's really embarrassing. What is embarrassing? The whole institution.
Pamod yung call that day, but he was very angry. He was very mad. You know, and then I was in the car going home and then he was saying it. I felt so bad. I felt so bad because that institution, now I was the representative of that institution. And that institution,
you had to take ownership of that.
I took ownership, so I felt really bad. I remember the next day I went there and I told these people, I said, Yalong, but I told them, I said, Yalong, sabotage the caring. We were fighting with Jonga and Jeng, and then people were doing everything, even Nondino Nyami. Anyhow, they send Nondino Nyami, they would do it. So I believe that it was all part of their sabotage. And I said, these guys, I said, let's not worry about that. This is a minor thing. I said to them, Yala Mingara, this is a minor thing because if we fail, nyindo mo do manol mimbe lalam ko kan to ko yado wobe tambela nyindo bagale. So nimmal la fi wala, let's focus and then fight and then make sure these people, we expose them and we end this corruption here once and for all. So nga dinngol nga foy pour nye na youthful fe na nge bulande nyin collector norma to go after them to make sure collection no mimbe jika be men suppress kan waste up. So ikaja minu ka fono samale be caring tol bukata ba nga 400 to 600 or so a week kabringa mol bulandi norma. They started bringing about 8,000 6,000 in a week. It changed from 600 800 to 8,000 a week, you know, and then the revenue started. Then we started stabilizing. Wale makoy ka datika ka fenkol jo kan deb nyin clear. And then to also sustain the council, because BACJ, it only got December, October, November, December. They call that period limping period. It means they limp.
Ikata Juma kan.
Juma kan. Se ka vai Juma period. So period nying. Yalma ne ka vai ka Juma. Ka salary jono. So ikata ja oil le ten ka loan soul card blal to ka salary jo. It's so sad. I mean, the whole institution, it was a joke. And this is an institution responsible for the biggest region of the Gambia. It's a joke. So, but the only thing Mimba Afagam was corruption. And I told this guy, I said, you know what? I said to them, they said, Chairman, do you think Tolu? I remember one time, na brother, I said, na brother na office bala. And then I looked at his face and I can see that he was very worried. Kunye mola jikube sharing yamen and ndolbe ku meg nola ngai ko ngai ntemanda Europe nga karang nga awareness bega nga fail janga is not possible. I will succeed. Akonye ko, how are you going to do it? Ngai, just wait. Ngai, before end of this month I will tell you something. Before end of the month Ngai, we have about 10 million in our accounts. Ngai, before end of February we will have 20 million. And then before end of March, that will go up to maybe 40, 30, 40, 50 million. We'll be able to do development in West Coast.
Yeah.
Coming over, you see, these accounts were minuses. Now I turned them all into surpluses. Very soon we will get to somewhere else. You know what I need? I need just a little bit time. We'll get there. Dubious bandia I am in total control of them now. So near who bonded out and Bashukra and guy, these people, it a batalaga who will sing, but I'm gonna batalaga suki inyat.
But Yanks, it is interesting, but bringing baby cake. Okay, lovely you got first of all. Yemo measures put in place to boost up revenue collection because Jama and Kajeleko Gambia, Gambia economy man digitalized, okay, like here in the West. Yeah, I understand where transactions, most of the transactions go to the banking system. So, bepare ning receipt ol jama iko ngamemoi ning collectors ke fanang duplicated receipts on le shoto. If ansun talu, ika mendi molla, ika okodo le pocket. So it looks like it yo bundal sorono yo blalbe sukile. How are you able to do that? Because it can you membe ke ka turn around ke within a short period of time. What in ala no Nimang, revenue collection will boost. So without going to the not necessarily going to all the details, because maybe some of them are Allah sensitive information. But can you give us a general perspective? How are you able to do this? Because how is Young able to do this?
So follow coming after the measures minta wolem nyundo. Simple logically. So ning kodo kana. Abukalo bank to aka disappear, aka withdraw, aka disappear. Then near the revenue boost outside, it will still have no effect because kodo nyumbenala be disappear.
Yeah.
So first thing first, nyanda mingala wala mga kodo nyum control. So wala mnyundugo nga pano nyi ka jia bong dami nga bonne sinsing yato nga ga pano. So sa nin GOG na rabe lola. So we started with that. Nga bank soul control. Sa moboka withdrawals came off from the bank without us knowing it. And without ngalong ikakudomim dunje ikakudominta ibakela muneti and num foi bakela menti is it akumata public la fama kumana kumana going on. I'm not accepting it. I decline it. What a withdrawal. That way account all stabilized. So sign I have signed revenue they sign kodo mingana zai overan that ko withdraw. So sign the first thing was nga Bakar Jammeh. Bakar Jammeh was the interim chairman of KMC, Jannen Talib Nyolkana.
Yeah.
So Bakar told us ko I kullo si falle long in Tondula Fang. Kabra no interim committee yala. So Bakar je ate CEO mintaranum KMC atele was CEO suspend. Jannen Talib Nyolkana. So Kabrin Talib Nada, he found that Bakari has done a level playing field.
Okay.
You see, Talib Fonyako, you are a bit unlucky because Kabrin Nada. Natar le Bakari be level in yele. And then number two, a ground was kele. And no Kabrin Nada Konyel Konyin CEO Naka Muruna Alcana, so Kabrin CEO Ninkaba Murunana, Afanae Banka Murunana, it will find a resolution of pass coordinal. But you see, it will look it and Wowato, UDP was in power.
Okay.
The local government minister was Lamin Damondiba.
Yeah.
So Neil after Minne Kaolesoto. The problem over time was Nindol after Minna. Forget about it. Ministry will say no. Ninde Femo fair request from the ministry along that one is a no.
Sako say na bakala ba Amat Balabiji.
So they try to make it as difficult and tough as possible.
Yes.
So wala nakabiri yung konye Ahmad Bal Fenanko Mandem. They brought Usman so before and it was supposed to be even harder than Ahmad Bal. But it doesn't bother me. You see what I mean? Because ntengalo nga kilomin takino. Nto andingo kelo sifanata we have experience now. So whatever button. But yajele atundi lafang Kabiring Bakaria explaining Yako, he sent compliance officers.
Okay.
And this was also corroborated by Talib, that they maintained the same thing and it helped them with their revenue. I said to my guys, I got my councillors, I said, we need compliance officers. We need to send them with these people voluntarily. Receive every day, let them record it.
Oh, it's a good strategy.
Yeah. So Momo Nabidal and in market collectors lela. So Jelefon Kafoni because compliance officers that in kata. So Nini wol kata so wobuka die because sign ela kullo be kalonne. So near ticket or the mengo men ya kudota mengo membulu. Wolka ngafo en ko pru ya fo wol ya ticket rodi ni mo ticket rodi ni wol koy mal la fi ticket rola et all compliance officers ya wol ticket ro nyum. And then it all market collectors ngafo e fananko nimmi man comply. We will make sure yes because y'all until the powers we have sif no from one place to another maybe say bon no banyu nge samba kallaji. But we cannot sack you, we cannot dismiss you. This is what makes our job really, really tough. So it's a more lonai but you cannot get rid of it. So the laws are very, very bad. They need to change those laws very, very quickly.
Local government act eco
local government act were supposed to be independent. So the climate we were dealing with, problem would be we were dealing with these family problems with all kind of things, and then we are still but
young, another question is now according to the act, local government authorities council I'll take a subvention sort of from the central government. I'll support sort of from this government.
They only give about $1 million. They're supposed to be giving us they support, and it's mandatory on them. They're supposed to be given 25% of our development budget. So near the development budget, like for example, this 2024, the development budget is almost about 180 something million, almost about 200 million. So they are supposed to be giving us 25% of that. That means they're supposed to give us almost about 50 million. But they're not. They are only planning on giving us 2 million this year. 2 million.
2 million. Wow.
$2 million. So how expect no development? Okola on top of that, new council should be fight cake and put revenue protect. alko fanante yali kelo boyga left, right, and center. So it went to a point where I think they just want ilaftanu minnanu yalong say here throughout this period you have to yalu mojama man damilong is the amount of death threats on a daily basis. It's too many.
So I get threatened, like you get death threats.
Yes, you get threatened every pamodu nyininka they call pamodu they said yembung kidola around Tonilva Yundum area, Yundum coastal road. To a point that kafwe go say ya bung kidola le afa, ya yangs bung kidola le afa. William kumandin that day iman sotono. So ntebe futala suokono. Ngatra coal soul be sharing, I didn't know. So labanda coal nyim pikla and it was pamodu. Ako Yankuba Darboe ako alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Ngai mine kera ko nyeko information ngol so de ko e bum kidola janan kay mu furngol len ñunu ten kay ñunu katu ñuni amira ibenta borni nolale. You know? Lungo lu la ikamol sifa bele kine gang. Hani lare si lare fon kina ne te bañunu lo. They send all kind of people. Lama ilata minla ikawol fon ki kanne ka fo ko on this day na findita nyanda na waranda tata jane babu na kidola last time iko ye max mano le bonna Senegal nendara num youth soul la protest nyindo yende le target num anim mot sabal I remember mot sabal yang kumande na ka fo content tala labo na sonkadal fa
akadita
tala ndamanya na tala ndam tala tabalya never fale bala silokan Mulium Kulnam from Namira Kabrinam defended na suokon.
No ma kulabai.
I got that. I couldn't dollar. It was like I forcing dollar, you know. So Namira Kabrinam Brikame, Canada Churchillstown. Lamo Churchillstown Karim Toure wala ngumanina wala Karim von Deuta Karim konye akonye sai yang si aleve mingela ni futata hani tem sai ngalon ne ko ingani yo tandele sai bayri bitaka ne fo fula ni futata to kare dam mo do kono dron ñu ne fe den kay Karim
because they are so worried, isn't it?
Kay Karim kay yalon alma mi understand kay ye feeje kay yaje ñunu kanyim minketa ni soksita yen selande fomman futano ñun lam bi gay sama iba falan na molion nako na findita korda ko ne babu na kidolo guy you know what will happen I'll be locked up in my house forever guy I would rather die than to live like that. It's not fair. It's not, you know, people see every day youngs is aggressive, youngs is this and they don't know what youngs is going through on a daily basis.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They don't know what I am going through. What these people are putting me through, Barwani's government every day. You know, death threats, left, right, and center. They will testify to you because I get really mad with them. But why? Why are you allowing them to use you as an agent of fear? So they put your family through that, left, right, and center. So sometimes they run it through my mother, or they run it through my wife, or they run it through my brother. So not brother, people use anymore because overnight is another stubborn guy like myself. So friends only could barely use and everything. So we go through
intimidating it wrong. Intimidating.
Yeah. So I remember the day in a council base on police.
Council base on police.
I go jungle moto ngawle fenka tonde levang. Iko jungle tamu mototi. Yal police ol iko tolko jungle tam mototi. Ndol ngawo motota ngawo moto nyin. Yalo at that time information on me should go wala nyin go. Jonga be moto tinya cold because maybe yalo na capital. Sala fa ko moto nyin tinya. So andunga kadunna nyami kalo ne ko ngolu nyawal lolo be caring. You know it was a very, very tough environment at that time. It was very toxic. So Mingera council made the decision. Ekoyalo Mingera nyunu ninga nyinke the target will always be our chairman. So to protect the chairman by make sure the chairman can finte. Mengo member kala bandan dolle vokel. So it had a moto singo jindi, a moto chabota. Say wo chabu nyuno ko follow chabu bental buli na police wol and no ma chabu nyuno. Chabu man donnable. Say ko the next day yemin ke coming typical yalum the intimidation, that climate of intimidation. Ye police motol ning kidolu bet la beto na de ko na cancel lega me vice it had a vice normal kabringa mera around 5 o'clock somanda juno suba when the kumanda ko police oli ala subo bele ambushi baba doga after na wala mul be ko be selan yo ñu wala ni wotata so atondi la fang. Then even day before that you get calls left, right and center. Samay balla cancel bela arrest samay pare benal bela arrest la ngoy yalla mem alkana kumanda alkanyin ziva ni bina arrest la munane manna mo la arrest kabrin sai fon
so yan wo ko fo nata la banyale because ngaje cancel do some police station wo mata nata en
tilim ye samba jele 2 days ata anti crime so kan sambale en sinde du to godo nataraje all day interview ni nyumbara interview la ñundoy dung fo fitri kola yembulanga say the next day ngamurun na ngoden. This is how it happened for about I think 2 days, third day they will call us back. I don't know whether they call us back or not, but in other minke na council for Burfoot ward he would detain for 3 days. In other release ekakata reporting na follow ekaita every day. Another lawyer menta apply fati go apply that is too draconian. They need to change that. Yaje kabirin that is too draconian. We change that. Ye fenko from be change from Banjul Ning. Ekakata report sign Banjul every morning and then anyanta tal report na let's say 8 o'clock in the morning at Banjul. So I work for 2 months. In other muru one day, ijek ko e bail ni revoke le at detain.
Yeah. Just like that.
They detain them. Yaje sign kabrio ko fati and kaya lo sign kaya let's get rid of this musla business. Kaya nyunu be tilimbali alla. Yalong tilimbali an tajinteya. Sayal nga apply yung kumandina ko ndata utumo ndata Facebook nga sa Facebook ko de barona la mul be tilimbali alla. Yana council muta ya detain 3 days. Emununde ya detain ko after janni before you detain ya sam banyun every day kada reporting na munu inyapita kan ko den ka detain so kabring no safe time public reaction on yin moli ada the comments left right and center ngalon ko ba blay command la cancel on yin ya command kay ko ha iba bellale akal na reporting na sa command na fatile follow yung command na the lawyer ko ya apply bail but he has to go on reporting guy alumem guy for control but at bail we are not taking no bail. Apply is not going anywhere. He's going to remain at that police station ni left asama prison. Apply yung kumandina ko nya ha men guy apply I was there. I know how it works. Guy you are not going anywhere be sila jele ni adiate ye muta folungo min diate ye luati nya diate nyami because symbol bebuli ko ko la in pa ye blaje apply ko inade guy go ha bim Friday ni man some bail dal e betula jane for Monday akoy handal chairman ko I cannot take bail. I will stay here forever. Afanan do yewolo mude gol akoy I left them in the mbolagal but chairman ko no bail yajel kabira over itata ngamira around 3 o'clock ila IG na yalo apply sanya mu IG kurumbalti IG kurumba mo kurumba yajel kabira okay after itata santo male munke ijitana after ego apply ka ha sign male ka go sign mbebula la self bail ko no ko entela chairman ko no bail ngasi jangata selo ko alimbula selo ko nte I'm happy here as long as na chairman ko ngata jang I'm happy here so ñu bije fo wula rodo na de kay findi jang itela ko fo mo barande jang findi no bari yalo se utilimbale at sia bada o banko kan mbe okay kan September fana ndata America data this UN habitat la fengola SDG conference nyina amen ndebe fudala America lumben nji ati fon wala fon panicking because at that point ye membe point out wala nyindo go yang police fulala fa sukuta traffic I America. That was the whole narrative. So
wow.
Ngadaranjihati the sunuring and everything. Man cool understand. So kai mari mukai mko. Matanga dung WhatsApp Facebook bangaji be mune bekeri. But then whatever. You see, then whatever more cool nam from State House, yeah. Because that what when you get a lumeng, asama ende tara UK janne.
Ha.
So more command State House akonyo ko imam fenko bonne atonde lefang. Imam ying fenko condemn. Ying shooting mingere imam fence about it. Guy, when I have time, I'll write something about it. I'm just a little bit busy. Akonyo no, you have to put something out right now. Because I know meeting at a State House and then this thing it's targeting you, so you have to write something right now. Guy, what? You have to condemn it. You have to go. So Facebook not condemnation or something. But I didn't know then that this was the trajectory. This is the narrative these people want to put out there. Then the other the next day, Sankaretata radio to Kafoko Mo Falanying was a hired assassin. It was part of my entourage or my.
So I got it now.
It was part of my security detail and all of that. I went to New York. Everybody was so worried about me, man. I was like, hey.
Because Yanks, they wanted to link you. Sankare wanted to link you personally, to the death of those PI officers.
No, that when I go. More commanding and State House, I have to condemn it.
Wow.
There was a reason, because there was a meeting that happened there to say that I was the one that they're going to present Kontelangake.
Tonyalo, you are part of one meeting.
Yes.
Because ila ke fongo baro, atani mole di amda kai ko ngo ila ke wolom, ngalo ne ila ke wolom.
They wanted to frame me. They charged me with murder without no bail. That's how much these people want to lock me up.
Wow.
You know, when I get mad and then I come out and say things, people think this guy is a rough guy and all this, but they don't understand
what you're going through.
The sort of persecution we are going through on a daily basis. So Ilafta wala kaitan go young slay unifa, and then we have to lock him up. So I remember Kabirim Futata, so minna takefang it all from a security detail group on yungono. If a jickering evidence minne ben link la evidence minna mole evidence nimbonde nang I offered in tolla. Ndolnada evidence letter.
Alia counter.
Counter. So it only ndolla security come in point numero. Kapiring ng natalo jang ko yo lamin sise ka all of it. Ng lamin sise ko man nga fengul mindun taya dun ko ya dun nyami ye natali akina. Kapiri akina ndro nga be busang ko ikoy lafta min fola ni modara wala mun dolla security wo mari felal ala this is everything I mean do.
Bari yang ñu la politico and nasty tabakele.
Macky Sall system wala bebul. It's exactly like Macky Sall.
Yeah, because odiamo bira fundi direct. Mol nyininga ndene melka dia mungo ko nyinu la fetal yangs le implicate la yangs
I was their main target. I was their main target.
Primarily UDP, but primarily youngs Darboe. Yes.
Yes. But you see, the number one reason why they wanted to eliminate me was because nga fenne poke me alonko, it's painful to all of them, and that is corruption. And corruption a number one Bela State House like Kanan Duma, and they don't want anyone to start Puruka Gambian look educate ke Londoko corruption is bad for our country. They don't want it. Because Ajibe BAC today we have almost about 15 million in our accounts.
Wow.
15 million in our account. A council that was running on a deficit of 10 million now has about and this 15 million is after we paid about 14 million for the world development. Murunta, we paid almost 3 million for 3 million for scholarships, for sponsorship and scholarship for 214 students. For 5 years, BAC had only sponsored more keme motang aninani. This year, ndolunga more keme fla motan ninani mbola karamungo joka. That is a big, remarkable achievement we are doing at BAC. And then we have almost about 15 million in our account. You're talking about Janding Karobe Fala. We could have almost 20 million plus savings in our account for this month alone.
That is a tremendous achievement, Youngs. Tremendous achievement. Okay, badi wala bila makang UDP online pandang chairman Youngs Darboe. Melvin Roberts, I really understand because Youngs Melvin is listening. He wants us to blend a little bit or have some. Maybe we'll try to summarize something in English.
English, okay.
Well, the dilemma that we have, Melvin, there are other people out there, some of our local listeners. If we speak English, they don't understand. And our target audience is people back home. Most of them don't understand English. So we will try to do a summary of this later on, just for the people to try to, trying our balance. We try to balance the situation. But Young's very interesting and your point, Samana. But Lofty, I just want to take you back a bit. Corruption on everything, Youngs. Lofty in Kala for auditor to carry, auditor to BAC. Because if you're in the world of finance, role of auditors is to expose corruption and documentary. For bringing you Kalabante Yala, Jongan Jeng and Sirifo Sonko for auditor to Jebang. Where are the auditors? For auditor for Dabe Kuriakono.
Internal auditor BJ, Ikafa Suleiman Barry. Saul Barry. He is probably one of the most honest guys I found at that BAC. Very honest. And very Yajele Ibela Nyum corruption umumela. I kele kanyimbe sambanung sirifoya. But he realized these people is of no use. So he would write his report. Missing these are the millions. Well, I name commission of inquiry loader. Every one of this information in him because he was their star witness. I think be it and kabirin dol nada. Atet doron keta the general to me alonko from the establishment ngamentharaje me alonko was willing to stand with me and fight.
Wow, well done to him. Well done.
Yes. Labo jongane jenka fo mole ko ha ne chairman kanyum ko long Suleiman Bari la ka be fo. Ba yalo sol kamin fo.
Suleiman Bari mu banku din kendolati.
Banku din kende ba ye sol fa je. Ndeko fengol londe sol fa mamillo.
Wow.
Well, the soul yalong alma me understand. You underestimated this boy. You underestimate his level of intelligence. And then how he studied. Yalong jonga kodole I am a quick learner. But he doesn't understand. Before 2 months, I had mastered everything about BAC. I know.
But I know it's loyalty.
Exactly, and I dealt with a more sophisticated system in UK than theirs. Even though they're outside, but I was fighting that system here. They were making decisions. I was questioning it every day. So I knew it will be mean I was wrong. So I had to stamp my feet and say, we have to end it. But Suleiman Barry was number one.
Yeah.
So the team was the chairman's office and the auditor's team against all the other departments of BAC. The admin section. And then Kabirin Kelot had a 4 kilo duta. Jonga, beginning they were blaming me and Saul, but there was a time here Saul approached. He called Saul here, look, we know that this chairman listens to you. Mistakes happen at the past, so many mistakes. They offered, you could all be offered 60 million now after 60 million. So but I told Saul, guy, Saul, may understand. I lived in the West for so long as a young man. I was in the UK, and I was fed up of the white people making us feel like black people we are not intelligent and we can never develop our Africa. We all live in the bush. Guy, that's when I felt like, Africa, we need to be like the West so that these people can respect us. So for me, the fight is about how we emancipate ourselves. This is a bigger fight than just Jongan Jeng. Guy, for me, the fight is we need to build West Coast into, let's say, Birmingham or Leeds or any of those cities in the UK from our own hard-earned revenue. And then we stand on our own feet. I said, Barrow and his people think that I'm fighting them. I'm not fighting Barrow and others. This fight is beyond Barrow and others. For me, it's a pride of black pride.
Is it Barrow a famous word? Legacy.
Legacy, yes. And then Yalon, this whole thing came to me when I read about Essay Anta Job and black history at Hanswood College. I was like, you know what? Black people, we need to do something, you know. So this issue of black emancipation and black liberation, black fight and Pan-Africanism got into me. And I was like, you know what? We need to fight.
But image ya jamela Pan-African style of it.
No. Well, I think I don't talk about Yajam. I have no business with him. my business is with Barrow, and the only reason why I have business with him is because of the position I've been holding.
But ila brother lo mama mas la brother lo.
Sama la brother. I will for the last time I got na brother and guy do offended the naman the hand the mother. Guys,
I got find no koto bro.
Guy naman the hand the mother. I couldn't even guy you mano in the sorrow. I so many times I have come far. Lungola ben new noman, then you marry a brother. I'm not related to him. I have no relation whatsoever with him.
Yo nur for an brother of Jojo Nur.
Jola brother. The guy I have nothing to do with him, you know. But
young love to blame Kajabe Diarim back in Bali. Thank you so much. On YouTube and Facebook, 1,327 people watching us right now. Combined, Allah Barakabaki, thank you. Program is widely listened to and many color audio to them. But youngs, what a corruption auto. Ngalo nimbe for la jam for insetara no for jani samanta banna.
Yes.
Saying na development on menke recently ngaje aliye kata ko keme is unprecedented in Brikama Area Council. Kata ward money so 28 wards aliye 500,000 dila kill momo 500,000. What are the kanyang 14 million? Okay, the development of. So, Lafite can you explain more? For wards all billion 500,000 or sort of bank, right? Aliadi Belaban for Doluma sort of bank for Bele Asoro right now.
A Bele Asoro. Word Bele Asoro. Word so Dolfan, Alhamdulillah, Dolula. A 250k garden all leto ka boholol ke garden all to musolla na ko to mini alon ko wol ke bulo leta ka jobi every time and wol ke balu wol to samatil kan ka fife ngol le doje te wa fe marseot so say ni dara wol blal jibe imaje nak kansulo membe sintet amari tamba ay ko man na ko nye chairman ko nye sate wonyo nyina da dola ko nye la garden bandala ko nye bar wol ko for if only Sinani Gardino inaugurate because he left a jelly, he left a bendung dernyala miala kumara guy no bokela. But you see the reason why I want development in this way because West Coast region ballot.
Yeah.
And the revenue is there. And then Nsakuja Malekeno.
Yeah.
Me alonko unfortunately Nyansangulu Mimbe Tambera, a Kambale alale. Tilimbali and intajinte kan wala atne ka mol balal because denga campaign okay West Coast mume konon ni fura da foni most of musol kamin kumbo wala nyindiko ni mini boholo so la boholo la masengol tinyata be kan na ko dono anu musol le ka nyindo ko ke andi ka eka benefit so je but also eka enjoyment of an so je because ni fura je akake bantabalti fanan Kano J is a don kilo lano J can you entertain can you ekakuja male kenoje so the garden nying muila bantabalti it becomes like a social center for them socializing center for them so ngaje ko anu nita de la garden no de katrle ikabata bake ka jio bijana ka sambana jana so council nyandale ngedem awoto.
Yeah.
No, we are not doing it. We've not been doing it. Near Yin Gaiko, Birkama area council, Nene Munakanyam Mafon, a Kamal and Tolwell Manfenja. Kaberin Birkama area council Tolot. ndol nana man fenjen nañu ma fawla mingi yalon ko Brikama area council yone so ngaje ko nin la fa development every ward council kabriya elect anin hamole nata ala area to ay la hidol le ta kabe fenka no woman fence to abe min munun dala molia for 5 good years or every year development over kala no nyaadi la so wala non ko we are going to start with ward development kabira nga dade no beginning most of them ya mera fomba talent fall but the day that it happened kabira nga ke itol fongo dol ko nyala bat cia to mambet iko be nyin kala den du yake ngoy this year we have to aim even bigger next year I want 500,000 to be $5 million nimmo no I will go for 1 million each ward and every year 1 million will go to every ward ngoy jannim 4 5 years femminala le mi alun ka be futala mobile everywhere amanke ko nyimu Yankuba Darboe generosity lady or something. This is what you voted me to do. It's the job.
Mola kodo.
Yeah, and the neajen ka kodo nyim fenan is because we want what kodo nye murung ay development of fenan nyeje. Because ninde killing ko mbake la ntake non. But ning group ka as a collectively nga kodo namojo mansaka wo demarol futanina. Banko be dala nyaado. Mansakunda banyanda ka nyine gamole. And if Brikama Area Council can do this for you, imagine how much the government is supposed to do for us.
I feel like a UDP elected chairman can do this, or
can do this. Yes,
yes. Imagine what the UDP-led government will do for Ghana.
Imagine Sol Bari Lundo. Yalne Sol Bari akonyo ko yalon jonga nyo 11-5. Jonga kay no ko one time akay Sol akay ite be jigiri yamera. Yin chairman akay nga chairman jamala jenina ta inya kuto ka patarle bari bebe temla la kay ko akay they said the new broom cleans better, but the old broom knows all the corners of the house.
Yani jonga ni mo kalabante waltit.
Bandiolum.
Bandio 100%. But anyway, chairman, ila modol ye questionable samana because bringa announce ko mina jam. Modol be West Coast ye questionable text nyane ko ngi ninka wala sa mina wo questionable ninka la ila West Coast model. But Melvin Roberts, you can ask questions in the comment section. Not only you. I cannot guarantee that I'll be able to pick all the comments, but I'll do my utmost. Later on, Chairman Pareta Fanang, I will open the lines to take few calls, okay? But Melvin, if you want to post your question in the comment section, please go ahead and I will ask Chairman Yankuba Darboe the question. So, but Sambita West Coast Ngola Nininka Roleta, Modoko, ako foye mechanism sotole nin kurumendini ward sola, nin 500,000. Ako, is there any mechanism that you would put in place to monitor how this money is given to the VDCs will be spent and how they will retire it for transparency purposes? According 500,000 amendi, for ibe monitoring mechanism ke jele banka jibe kurul be utilize the nyame, you know, puruka kurul ni enquête because molla kurulam. Dole o ko nyini nga fana mo west ngolti.
Yes. I mean, coming after nyami nyin kodol boda dimbala kono. Yalo nga fo nga kilo min beta. Puruka nyin kodol sorono. So ngo kodo di la momola mandra di kela for free nda bonde la jongonyol bul ngadi another person na memba kela ko min jongonyol and that doesn't make sense. So mechanisms bijele the country yalo ngadi ward development committee le la ngaka wole la account holdo ward development committee le la chairman ol mo la council le de mi yalo ko moli wole elect. So wo chairman ol ye fengo fensang e ka resito be tale ya fenke ya be la nyoka and then there is a council fongola group wala bije ka for me development committee if damma council wolle be nyo account la follow then do ko nyim bebe ke kan the council la department of bije ka for planning and development department wolle fanam be do ko nyim be monitor la wol mu one monitoring team lady. And then council development committee fanamu fenkota tondele fang another monitoring team. So number 3, central committee council councilo yela kodo kenyang. We are even doing a documentary.
Yeah.
A documentary will come out because Badaranyol, they're working on that. So documentary, each word, kodo nyindunda project on mingone babe document la in a video. So it will come out. People will see everything. So council they will be found out. And then they will be found out. Momo Markevana number 2, next year there is going to be even more money going back to those words. If you don't deliver, we're not giving anything back to you. They know all of that.
Yeah.
So mantra silanenko, they will try, but they will fail. They will try, but they will fail. They will try, but they will fail.
Okay, Chairman, na kibaro fanando mo inu membe kiring. Malum fo itaraja me fa itara Gambia le report that ila deputy nying is it Charma Jalo ila deputy chairman. Iko ay kodo do le tala mol tema, Allah staff members all tema. So that raised a lot of, people raised eyebrows. First of all, after you validate for ni muku sotorineti, and na sotota wonata no nyadile. Nga kacha nguno moidano.
Sototale yalonga loan scheme bijele po council. They can apply for loans if they have emergency situation. But loan nyanta dealers conditional leverage or condition follow in the fund sol nyanta tarla council bule because the loan dealer no koditalbul. Okola ninko kodo be council bulu. So we will say council we have 12 or we have 15 or we have 20 million in our account. But with 20 million is already budgeted for something. So new was something alia budget minna new budget of form and complete. So that 20 million you cannot think deal. So that is the physical discipline in maintain. And I also introduce a system where council can never withdraw to a level where it's a jita for minus up to below 5 million. No, the Nyantatara surplus Nyantatara 5 million above every month. No more minuses anymore. So Ntolutata Kenya, we went to Kenya on leadership training. Then the same Saul Barry, Saul Barry, I told you. Saul called me, Barry Allah ila mula loan Saul Bashia Canada. What is going on? Loans loans. But why are they giving loan? Then na domo ya kunyoko vice kamol kumanda daga for nime left alone na na vice kumanda guy vice ya ferete nyamama ite ka loan di molla like that ko di leve jin blal be loan di la dami but we managed to address that because I put a stop to it straight away and I told them no more loan. I put a moratorium, no loans until I own no loans. So imana loans tie again. So since then, loans will control talent. And then I also told him that any withdrawals above certain level, I need to consult me. I need to know it. Because
so I got Melvin a question also because I asked Safele, maybe you will see it in the comment section. My question to Youngs is this. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, the computer is taking it away from me. Let me just bring it back. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm putting you on the spot. However, I feel I have to ask this publicly and give you an opportunity to respond publicly. I am one individual that squarely believes that you have the capabilities to lead the Gambia. Whenever I raise this issue, I'm told that you have a temperament that is not presidential and that you have stated publicly that your foremost objective is to reward UDP stalwarts. Now, this may seem all right. And okay, let me go to the computer because let me go to my phone because the computer at some point that won't allow me to read it. I'll just bear with me. I read Young's Anina question. He raised the issue of Volga for Young's as temperament issue. So he wants Youngs to respond to this publicly because a lot of people say it. This is from Melvin Roberts. Let me read up to that point. Now, this may seem all right and even manageable at governorship level, but if you were to be elected president, you will be a leader of all Gambians, irrespective of political affiliation. Please tell us and those undecided voters why and how you will govern in a manner that every Gambian will be able to thrive irrespective of political or ethnic leanings. So, I have a question on you, Maile.
Yeah,
First of
yeah.
all, I have a question on race about Molkavoko Yangs has got temperament issue, but Mojamaka for you are a presidential hopeful, you are a presidential candidate. In fact, Ndenga Rumo Moy from State House. In fact, the reason why he target near UDP la Molu Jibe, potential presidential candidates, Yanks Dabo, you're one of them, Talib, Atol Sifalu. So Barrow strategically want to eliminate all of you. So Walatina Abanyin Kilola. But I think Melvin Bekosonomen you have a perfect opportunity to respond, Chairman.
Yes, no, you know, I told you the
Malonvo, you want to do this in English because Melvin.
No, I can. Yes, because the question
you can,
specifically came from Melvin. I think it would be ideal for us to address him in English so that he can also benefit from the answer that I'm going to give him. So I just want to say this: the leadership question. I think one of the reasons why is I'm being targeted by State House. It's because I don't know. I was told by somebody that they said that their marabouts told them that Yankuba Darboe is going to be a president. So they want to kill me before I become a president. That's what someone told me. I said, hey, these people are not serious. Marabouts told us that Darboe would be the president in 2021. It didn't happen. But anyway, I said, look, that is relevant here. The question of presidency is not something that I am contemplating on at the moment because I think at the moment it's even a distracting issue for UDP. The reason why I said this is because there are many things that are happening, that there are many bad things that this government is doing, and we as an opposition is unable to hold them accountable to those because we have this infighting of flag bearer issue going on within our own party. People are saying we want Talib, we want Darboe, we want this. So we are now having that ping-pong infighting whilst this government is getting away with murder. So we really, really not doing a good job as an opposition. We're not going on, whenever we go on any platform, instead of talking about the corruptions and the terrible things that these people are doing, we're not focused on those. Our focus is diverted to this issue of flag bearer and leadership. I think this is going to happen. Leadership, the flag bearer issue is going to come up in the UDP, and it's going to come somewhere in 2026. And when it comes, we, as the people of UDP, we have every right to tell the national executive of the party who we want to become our flag bearer. And whoever is interested in it can also apply for it. I don't want to say never, 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 because you can never say never what will happen. And I appreciate the fact that Melvin has that trust and confidence in me. And people have criticized me. There's one time in my lifetime where I think I cursed I cursed on camera. And that one has been used to judge my whole life. As someone who is temperamental and all this. But it's radicalism sometimes. That day I was literally told by a court that I am a freedman, walk out and go home. And I just walked out of the court. I was arrested and detained. And the people who arrested me, brought the same charges and then tried to charge me with the same charges again for the same offenses. So that means they want us to have a rerun of what we had. And this is after they had withheld my passport for 1 good year or almost 2 years, depriving me of any opportunity to return back to UK, to continue the profession that I was practicing at the time, which is that the practice that I was having in the UK. So
Yanks, they seized your British passport.
They seized my passport, British passport, Gambian passport, every passport that I was having. They seized them.
They don't own the British. It's not their property. The British passport belongs to the British government. So
it's not. But they said they had a bill that prohibited me from traveling, and therefore they had to confiscate or take away anything that can enable me to travel. And that was my passport and everything. Otherwise, they were not going to give bail. That's what they said. So you see, for one good year, I was not allowed to travel. I had cases that I was dealing with in the UK.
Yeah.
And I had to basically explain to those clients that this is my situation. And the only crime they said I committed was to dare and challenge President Barrow to uphold the promises and pledges that he made to the Gambian people when he was elected into office in 2016. This was the only crime I committed at the time. Everybody knew that all the charges. And then after that, in fact, what I said was taken out of context. They said I insulted the judiciary. If I asked them which judge have I insulted, they said they don't know. You know what I mean? And they maintained those charges for another 4 or 3 years. So every time they hear my name going out somewhere, they said, let's take this matter to court. Let's drag him to court. This is what has been happening. So the trials and tribulations and the things that I've explained in Mandinka, I don't think Melvin was able to hear what I was saying, but I was trying to explain the amount of death threats that I have been receiving in the Gambia, to a point that at one point they even told Pamodo that I was killed, that they murdered me along the coastal road. That happened. So they were intimidating me. Can you imagine family members who weren't able to get in touch with me at the time, who couldn't speak to me at that moment? The fear. People were crying because they said
the trauma that they went through.
The trauma they went through. So, and then I have been having these threats almost on a daily basis. Every time that I have issues with the government, it's threats coming left, right, and center. You know, to a point, people even told me that Usman Sow even made a recommendation to Barrow that they should kill me. And it was Barrow who came to my rescue and said, oh, don't kill him.
Okay, at least he said something positive there.
He said something positive. They said it was him who said, you know what, don't kill him. But Usman Sow made a recommendation that they should kill me. So, you know, this is what I have been. So if you're not in my shoes, you wouldn't understand my journey. And the difficulty of my trekking or the path that I am on. It's a difficult one. So, but temperamental, yes, I am temperamental, but I am not a mad person. I don't get angry at everyone or anybody like that. No. And then it's very difficult to get me really angry. You know what hurts me most is when I see people being cruel to the poor and the vulnerable. I always stand up for those ones. That's what has been my life's calling all throughout. What I have been doing in the UK is fighting for people's rights. And that was the reason why.
But at least, Young, you apologized. I think you apologized.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I apologized 3 times. I apologized in writing. I did a whole lot of other things about it. It happened only once. But everybody judged me from that one.
And you know what? That is really hard to come by for most Gambians. Let's be honest. Not many Gambians like to apologize. We don't have that. You know, we don't. You know, for a Gambian to have to like apologize, it's not something that easily.
And you know, for me, I will always raise my hand whenever I'm wrong. I will always say, I made a mess. I really messed up.
Which is a sign of bravery, because I always say, if only brave people would apologize. You know, if you are really a brave person, you must, when you realize that you erred, you should just apologize. It, you know, and you've demonstrated that. But Melvin also asked, there's 2 parts to his question. I think you answered the first part. He also talked about UDP. I think when you did the enumeration to UDP guys, and then you said, I think, you know, UDP first. And he said, if you become president, wouldn't this affect you, how you treat? Because when you become president of Gambia,
nobody
of everybody. Yeah.
Nobody, you know, that too is a very unfair assessment of my record for the last 10 months at BAC, because I have had the council I have is not only made up of UDP councillors. I have councillors from APRC, North Alliance. I I have from APRCS to Alliance, I have MPP. And then I have never treated them any different, any way different to the way I treat the UDP councillors that I work with. I always try to make sure, because it's not about them for me. It's about the people they represent. Those people are my people too. For me, as I said in earlier on, my calling is not about tribe. I see beyond the tribes and the politics and the party lines and everything. It's about Black freedom and Black emancipation. That's my struggle, you see. Because I have been in the UK for many years, you know. And then one of the things I said to myself is that, you know what? The white people always think that we Black people are stupid people. We're not very intelligent people. And the only reason why that they get these preconceptions is because of what they see in the African continent. And I want to change that, because I believe that in my little way, if I am able to make a big difference in the Gambia, just like the way Kagame had done in Rwanda, and then some other people are doing in Kenya and other places,
and Botswana and other countries, you know, Mauritius.
And I keep saying, my children will be looked in a different light. They will be seen as people who are intelligent like any other people. Many years ago, the Chinese were looked in a different light, but now the Chinese are surpassing everybody. But how come the Black people, we are almost nowhere? We are still behind. It's all because we have corrupt and terrible leaders, people who, when you try to challenge them over what is supposed to be the right thing to be done for our people, they always come back and say, oh, you're fighting me because I'm from this tribe. You're fighting me because I'm from this political party. I want us to see beyond that. And then if you look at the development that I have brought, as I said, I made sure every ward has 500,000. I didn't say I was going to give it to only UDP people, because they have UDP wards.
In fact, Chairman, to validate your point, I'm going to put a comment on the screen right now from one Senabu Jang. He said, Youngs is the only chairman who distributed money to all the Christian denomination in West Coast region during their Sangmari. Somebody just put that on the comment section.
And whenever I'm invited to any Christian events, I always attend. And one time I had a discussion with the father. He said to me, he said, you are very different to all the chairmen that we had at BAC. They hardly even come to us here. I said, you know what, father? I said, I was a Muslim, and I am a Muslim. I said, I am a Muslim, and I used to live in a predominantly Christian country called England. They welcomed me open-handedly, and they gave me every opportunity that I could get. I said, I see no reason why I should be in a country that is predominantly Muslim and we treat Christians in any other way. See, what that tells me is that those white people in the West treat Muslims better than the way we treat our own Black people here. And they treat me, even though I'm a Black person and I'm a Muslim, they treat me very, very well than I am treating my own fellow Black people. I said, no, that is not what I would do. I said, whatever. And then number two, Christians are paying. You know, Sehu, one thing I will not do, and this is to Melvin still, one thing I will never do, I will not use taxpayers' money, taxpayers that are not just limited to MPP or UDP. I will not use MPP taxpayers' money and give it to some God knows media personnel to promote a UDP agenda. And I'm using MPP people's money for that. No, I will never do that. And that's what MPP government is doing to UDP today.
Absolutely.
So I will never do such a thing. And then I have a belief that development has to be right across. You see, today, if you go to certain places in let's say Fonyi, you tell them UDP is a bad political party. They will tell you, is that not the party that Yankuba Darboe is part of? And if you said he is, they will say, well, how can he be a bad person when that person has been the best chairman we've had so far? And then if you tell them Darboe is temperamental, is bad and all that, they will say no, because we never voted for him. But he didn't take that against us. He said, you know what? This is your money. I am fighting for you. And I went through all this struggle for them, not just for me, but for them. I want to make sure that money, that 500,000 that reached them in February, to reach them. I wanted that money to reach them. And if I didn't go through what I had to go through, it would not have reached them.
No, Yang says, without belaboring on this, your positive records, speak for themselves. And I think I'm reading the comment section, people are saying that, speaking very highly of you, that you are a leader in the true meaning of the word. You look beyond partisanship. And I think this is good. And for those who are just mourning that we have now moved to English, we go back to the local languages too. But it's just Young's also responding to Melvin. And Melvin, you had it. Melvin menna wolom fo mol ka ko Young's ka kamfale and mo jamaka ko Young's is a potential presidential candidate. So Melvin ko after Young's any question or answer.
Say who left agent Saladame.
Ha.
Molu minuka mola kurosumya do karalem blanka ul kelenne ngol kurko
wo kay ñante bulalal de ngo ara jamme sisla la cousin ako nga foye ko ate fana application o safelale pour ka do ko ñini AAC balate mo NPP college ako foye bal application o consider la de ba
no jamme ko nam golden daw tala jamme ko
But anyway, back to West Coast question or questions. The Flanyam Iko, what is the stand of the council in regard to the new sub-allocation, which was done by the governor instead of the council? Because we all know the markets are under the council. I come to a governor in Bojang, the cartel allocation. Okay, I'm going to new saboti al ning governor tema. So nyimari ko alafta no alla lodu labe mintole in governor benyim benkega.
Miragan Court, I think they filed the papers today. They should have filed them today because Ablai Fati is dealing with it and Lamin Darboe. And then we've done all the paperwork and then I went through it myself. And then I think they were meant to file it today. So the matter is going to court because Governor Minge Fonseta court draw. And then Nimbangkulem Bialong Abe design Abe Tabitan and State House. Kele bambalo bola de State House Abe Tabitan and Yellow. Inada inyapita Marceo Nyinkang. Yeso Paul Nyundi koito lelam. It koito le alo ito le tam. So ya di bariane ya di nyame vanseu. MPP nkoli ya di woldronel. Ila MPP nkola ni kabri wolboni je nada di nyindol. Ya di la MPP nkole le. La MPP chairman olu, former chairman olu. Anina MPP kumbali ya di wolela. Minu fa yalon ko idana baka firo ka Marcel. And that is so wrong. It's so bad. Ya kabirun tol bakela. We could have done that and said UDP and everything. Or council or mo bebe na le yafa. Ko yalo mingada. This has to be done under several categories abekela world. Ko first category bekela mol minu benunje. Albe 33 stalls so dila wolela. Second one Albe Musolu positively discriminate in favor of women. 10 kantingo ubenyanda dedicate la musolel. 10 kantingo alnyanda de la foreigner lela. Why do you bring ko foreigner ko fendi la foreigner la manem ko hey I was a foreigner myself in another man's country.
Yeah.
New Orleans trade the gadol galbe foreigner trade la nyam. You know they are Africans like us.
Yeah.
You know, not all so this is not how you treat foreigners. And then Gambian don't be balurin B because they will be foreigners the one day and don't come at it. Go ahead, do that. Coming over everybody, so 10 for foreigners, 10 for youths. And youths will specifically target. Iman deposit soto deposit soto aldula dile fanambe Nigeria no dame. Alwo create. And then dolu mol mini alon ko disabled the bakitolu. Alwol fanan al 10 allocate wol fanan isaje fanan se du la sodoji ngoy to min tutaje ale I think min tutaje kabrio fenko nyun categorical beke it was about 18 left ngoy 18 nying but min kala 5 will be reserved for area council 5 to governor's office the other 5 alwo the general public. This is how we nga tala wala nyam yajel so ndol ben na talaro la governor amande ay because ala mulu itol lafta nyinkela ilafa kela nyaming MPP ni mengo memu MPP de kadila andu yalong nyim marseo na mule yalo keno mi ngalota dami wo keno mo birkama ira kansula kenolti andu birkama ira kansula ko bonni kawo marseo lo andu marseo lo ay mem fo marseo mun dolle tata nyanda tan dolle la maro kodo gofuno ma hani sembele so atela business faneta marseo kuto fa mari ñin sembe jaayo state house kayitan ni kon tele president de tele sembo so akamim fo mole totona kono fo be man sadde be motalde atele man sadde bon min diata be wala kala wo sembe jaayo wala atene ñinke so saying ikonya habar yalo ni be tolo fo ni ibitano code ni data code wala mi ngala ngoy ngata code nga jojo fanam put on the spotlight because ñunu la man sakunda te lavanda they will go very soon.
Yeah, inshallah.
And ni tata Joji avant toku yaje. Nsalon ko is not fit to be a judge in the next government. So but ni man opportunity dila. Ndalun na whether they are good judges or bad judges. Let's test them. Ngola cannot before. And then we were able to know ko nkenyol nkianyol wol membenu jamedes. Muneka on mele na judiciary anymore.
All machinery judge already.
So these other ones too. Ni la fakela machinery stuff baro. Let them do it. But if you cook it long. Barrow will not be there forever. He will go.
Definitely.
And then no matter new government nada. Then UDP nada with lawyer Darboe. Things will change. Things will change. You know.
Chairman modolebe itonya kanja na bantaba listener dolebe America. Ako nga question on nyininka bara lafte ya jabi ni suru akawala. So ako say who never buga nga lache question bi de why nama young to see all of that buguma mu tonto
si defo fok ni man deguma wolof
aha fo la de man degulo but janin kana la question atela question o yalla why you nek America dina la say question bi why there is somebody also a listener in Gambia. He's a very big fan of Bantaba about program or Lamaga question on Yininka Youngs. Ako talking in piggybacking on Melvin earlier question. I could say, who can you ask chairman? He nominated when he made the nomination that time. The sister of Mamadou Sabali, Ramos Sabali, was part of UDP, and Youngs nominated Ramu. Eventually, Ramu betrayed UDP and decided to join NPP. Can you ask Youngs whether he has, at this point, regretted nominating Ramu Sabali? Because when at the time he was nominating Ramu, he did say he was going to give this thing to UDP members because it's the UDP people who actually, supported him, championed his election. So now that Ramu has jumped ship to NPP and that now Ramu is going to represent NPP in that council, in retrospect, has chairman regretted nominating Ramu Sabali? Somebody wants you to comment on this, chairman.
I think, to be very honest, if I had on a hindsight, I should not have done. I should not have nominated Ramu Sabali. If I had known that she would have done what she did, I would not have nominated her. That's not regretting nominating her because, when we were campaigning, she did her part.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just her. Her brother also did his part. They both did a fantastic campaigning for us. And I came from a different political philosophy to a lot of people. You say, for me, I believe that if you go into government, you have to go with people that you struggle with. Because then you all understand what you were fighting for and what you want to achieve, and you have to achieve that. I also value expertise, and that you have to balance the two. You have to get experts. You have to get you also have to get your own people that you went to politics with. You've done all kind of things with. You have, you see, President Jawara, with all these shortcomings, was one leader that never leave people he struggled with behind.
Yeah.
Our ministers will be, some of them, sometimes like a model found all man fender found karang angale all kata parliament neka man neka
Anane doke minister di for na broda for keba nyama lilomba molka
Jawara always goes that, and nobody will say Jawara was not development oriented person. He was, but he never leaves the people he struggled with behind. I don't believe that. I fought with them. And we know what we were fighting for. Nada to on the road, and then they decided that actually everything that we sacrificed for was not worth it. That to me, I think was a betrayal of the trust and confidence. But I don't think I regretted. I regretted appointing her.
But it actually in good faith, Kiaman. You did it in good faith.
I did it in good faith, and I think she was a deserving candidate at the time as well. And on a hindsight, if I had known at the time what she did, I would never nominated her. No way, I would not have done that. But anyway.
Yeah, but young small laughing at the interview focus but these are things is good now some into perspective. Afterwards, the NPP there was a day I police all command the can I cancel J. Well for your calamity, but and video how did you feel? Because police all Natalie. Because allegedly I go girl for your name or something like that.
Yeah, I go ya name cancel sitting. Now lua mean for all to go. Cancel sitting mingo minketa it enjoys immunity or immunity from prosecution or anything. Come minga the National Assembly. Then mingo min for that it become more prosecute about it. But police olu na minje yalung police olu under Ablaisanya and the time. Yala Ablaisanya kabiri batala numbele. I campaigned for Ablaisanya to become a.
You never campaign again.
I did. I rooted for him. But I regretted it because Ablaisanya wouldn't have police and then the funny thing is Siaka Songo. Siaka is in Birmingham. I'm in London. I have messages that I've been exchanging with Siaka. Menyo commander, the call for hey, Siaka keta minister. Siaka nyolu niko Siaka kabiri ben tol detain na no but Siaka nyol tol disappoint. Siaka kabiri be tol detain na banyun nding. The MP for Foni Kansala Almami Jiba ka Siaka command mvonka Siaka tulomwe. Wala ha yalu ila kule Siaka ngumvaiti. Siaka
songo fo.
Siaka songo fo. These people, you know, ha Jamme is a dictator, Jamme is bad. Yarva you know be Jamal position or you been told be. These people are even terrible than that.
And in that broda Ibrahim Silla, Kokunu Yamaka Moji Danale, member caring.
And in Gonda
Abe Farsian Sabal attack a form Karam. A Farsian Mankaram.
Atakaranamdole, Silla Karanamdole, Atakaranamdole, Atakavole Karanda, Atakaranamdole, Atamantumara Karanda. I imagine I like what is the level of his education?
But allow part from us.
The highest level of education would diploma at Nottingham College. I'm old than that. Karanamdo. Patsen Karanda Finland, work finish comfort or mail.
No. But you can young, just thank you so much.
Ibrahima is a big disappointment. Ibrahima, no more than one disappointment.
Yeah.
After another Ibrahim and Tengam Bulobon Ibrahim Kasika Wulial Sadaka Wulia. I was like, no, this guy is not Ibrahim.
Yeah.
No.
And thanks, young, talking of temperament, Baroka Kamvale. Baro is very temperamental.
Very temperamental.
Ibrahim Silla ka Kamvale.
Yes.
Gurgi Sankare ka Kamvale. Alani mo Bill ka Kamva.
But if you don't come for youngs double come back, I don't know.
But Adama Barrow has temperament issues. He gets angry with Niaf and bring Sala Minister of Information. I remember very work for his clueless money. But for where were she? Where is she?
Amanda come for the man more krumba, Baro the K. Baro, I say. Etc. Fakana be jelelela imo kurumba yalo I ni toro min be kento la data lo public ko e jumala ko falo e ko bodo ka kulia mo be jelela
exactly
mo be jelela but atema lonko I molle la hajo tinya at that point I ndol mutala in detain for 1 good year 2 good years mam practice keno UK yalo itel fo minna dage itoli ito len the sin the Gambia with their court case ko yo sa mbado memengala mbado nga chairman ya the West Coast. Contest the West Coast and I became a chairman. So I am working in West Coast. So I near my court case go sign. I am here for 4 years, 5 years, 10 years. So I'm a court case in a continent. But it is all designed because Barrow is a cruel person. And his cruelty is Kamul K Torande, come here minga Muhammad Sabale, Torande, fire jump on echo hand sontale, mingevenge. I will look at Alaji Kontala, Davanani, I will look at Muhammad Sabal. He likes to do it.
Yeah, I all cake nila, cake. No one can cake him, but I say the cake. Remember, what if ateta yombata bakala yo easy.
And the yadari nun telefolol, Konying, Ninga Baleamantano UK, at a practice Kenola, at the fence of la Gambia, a be yilla la bebe, but I don't have a dumuni dankeneada. Alafon ke balloon, a ke balloon de devoma calamda. These people don't know the power of God. Have faith and believe in God. If you balula min, I be dealing every day.
Yeah.
They forgot that I can also practice in Gambia. I just put my no, these people are very brutal. At the same time, they also started a disciplinary process at the judicial bar. Purkan struck out of the bar. It's a practice no out of honor. So I went through that disciplinary. Mimbe folia. Kabina ranga evidence it and Hassan Jallo was the one sitting there. Hassan Jallo himself was the one, and I could tell him from his face that they want me dead. You know, but the evidence was not there. So they ended up dropping it completely, and then I ended up having my practicing license to continue practicing. But saying ilafdanumena kambali Angleterre, kambali Gambia, ngasi Gambia, and I wouldn't have anything to eat.
Okay, Chairman, saya ngata na nying fani ya mem ka kosa na nyinga suwa kangola be ako sehu okay ako alafta nga jabini suwa kangola text la kinam. Sehu, I'm listening to your program with Chairman, very interesting, and I have a lot of respect for Mr. Chairman Darboe. He's doing a good job with everything that Barrow's government is doing to him. But what I want him to convince me. I'm not a member of UDP, even though I follow this platform and listen to this platform all the time, but I'm yet to be a UDP member. But I don't also want Barrow to go 2026, beyond 2026. Definitely, no Gambian should support Barrow because Barrow is not doing anything in that country. But I have a lot of family members who are also worried about electing UDP because of this tag that is put on UDP that it is this, they are all for one ethnic group. Sorry, Shehu, I have to bring this up, but this is a fact, and I want Chairman to address this because a lot of my family members that I talk to, they tell me we are worried if UDP comes to power, we will be alienated in this country because people believe that UDP are only for themselves. So I want Chairman to ask you, I want Chairman to respond to this because I see him as a potential future leader of this country with the passion and love he has for the Gambia. He will be a very good president whenever that is going to be. But I want him to assure people like us, the friends that talk to me when we go to our attire views, they don't say this thing in public. But when they talk within themselves, they say they are worried about a UDP government because of this ethnic concern. Young Nimboda listener layer from Bantaba, I can program follow religiously among the UDP community. But I honest question on engineering kajang.
No, it's a very good question. Very good question on engineering.
So
I very good question on engineering. And then I want to, I don't know whether, but he doesn't expect me to respond to all of that in Wall of Black. No, guys, no, but that one, the answer is going to be a lot, you know.
Okay, I try it then after Yani Angela Jahas Bahas.
Okay. Suma brother, Magji kon man da moma mago man mako mag, but I will give him respect. Dina ko wone Magji kontaan naa torop si laaj bi bu nga laaj noonu. Xam nga ne Gambia ñun ñëpp benn la, ñun ñëpp ay ñuule lañ, nit ku ñuul lañ, dañ nekk ay africain yi, ñun ñëpp ay baadoole lañ tamit. ñu ngi try pour développer dëkk bi. Xam nga Gambia tey moo métti ñu faate o tey moo ne ba ñu faate démba parce que démba soose moo amoon nguur bi. Sir Dawda Kairaba Jawara for 30 years soose la woon wante musuta gis ne Gambia soose rek moo war a nekk foofu. ma wax la benn comme Lawyer Darboe lu mu ko dee waxee mooy ne moom mooy ne Gambia bu amut wolof munta nekk Gambia.
Wallahi.
Gambia bu amut pël munta nekk Gambia. Gambia bu amut naka la
Manjago
Jola munta nekk. Am nga amoon naa this debate ak kenn because dama wax ne am nga soose yi yéen bëggul leen fal kenn ku nekkut soose. ma ne ko am nga lan nga understand lo mooy ne soose yi dañ ragal yeneen xeet yi tamit. yéen loolu leen ñu ragalee ñun tamit noonu lañ ragalee yeneen xeet yi. lu tax ñu ragal loolu because Yaya Jammeh dafa ñëwoon balaa mu am 1 year 2 years rek mu start de daaxa soose yi rëy soose yi ak and then soose yi dañ nekkoon si nguur bi for 30 years and then we see Gambia as benn rek la. Gambia am na boppam benn dëkk la ñun ñëpp ñoo doon woyoon woy boobu. so ñun luñ gis may fuñ nekkoon yoon bu Sir Dawda Jawara lifi noon balaa Sir Dawda ñëwoon they used to say 3 M's ñooy the enemies of the Gambia. ñu ne 3 M's mosquitoes, monkeys and mandinkas ñooy the enemies of the Gambia. We heard it all of that when the time Sir Dawda ñëw dafa prove everybody ne
wrong
ñun ñëpp benn lañ. ñun ñëpp benn lañ especially ñun Gambian si ñun ñëpp yow da nga foog ne man Yankuba Darboe o Lawyer Darboe dina soxor ba di go after nit o daaxa ko o lii ak lii simply because moom wolof la. man even xeex bu ma am ak Jeng soo laajee Jeng si suma gannaaw bi soo ko laajee Yanks def lay xeex because def la hate o def la bañ.
waay Yanks xaaral ma dimbale la foofu sax in fact wax nga fii loo am solo bu ma la laajee affaire yi auditeurs yi.
waaw nga
ne Souleymane Barry kooku du soose.
waaye
yow honest si ne nit ku baax la.
nit ku baax la
patriotic Gambian so loolu lu firnde mooy. Yanks du ne xool yëfi tribe.
no
nit ki sa jëfin.
and then leen la wax tamit ni gis nga Jeng is a corrupt person wante ku honest la tamit. gis nga moom moo am def de dina ñëw si man mu ne ma Yanks I have done things wrong and you are right to fight me if I'm in your shoes dinaa def loolu.
Wow, ate fa nga ko fole.
Yes, ako nya mistake la def balal ma.
Why jemu fictional character le di arafa.
No, yalla mi vogre. Ya jale sehu ye. The first time I ofonye, ani jonga bel nata, yeng apologize ko nga kol nyimbang kelo nyi ba yang ni nga doko ke mbel lafta nga doko ke lafta min nga o shock ngoy lafta min ala fa wole go ha. Ngoy okay say mo kana ko di sunya. Min tambida o tambida. Time from now on. Nimmo kodo sunya, we have a big problem.
Yeah.
But you make sure what I want, we do that, and I want development of West Coast. I want every penny, every bit of minada, nobody will touch it. And then we agreed. We formed a pact. Namera yalo nibe siloka ni jengara dro alaga fenne kina ka saino le ki gamana. Mbota wada dro woluna onkuli yankuman na ko nyebe do ku betamala. Wo jonga ni jeng ibe kilomina muta jenga e hawari yalo inata le nga apologize le saibe kol beder hani won mo khurmal leti ko riman sone When kuma be eating ndara ngova, you see. But
why dega esa jawla ko akwete le suru akamo mayati yara fa esa jawla ko yara fa yangs all of is better than me. But yangs dega turn to be fogna lerna. Why I just want to talk to our audience. Okay, UDP, and I think Youngs believe in this. Alaju Sirula believe in this. Our leadership believes in this. We should not shy away from answering questions. Because if we come to power, we will face challenging questions. So some people are saying I should not have even asked. Yes, I will ask this question.
No, but
why should we run away from it? Why should we run away from this question?
This Limo is problem one in 2021. Limo Tanyu even lost that election. One of the reasons, because I don't believe we lost the election anyway. We won, but one of the reasons why these people managed to convince the people that they won.
Yes,
and then not only that, but the MPP was scaring everybody.
Yeah,
Angaman kanla hamne niti dega den titon.
Yeah,
it was the day after the election results were announced. Then the neighboring, the wall of areas the wall of compounds that are next to me, they started celebrating up to a point of coming to my door. One of them said to me, "Legi dolen nyumuna daha from Dekabi."
Wow, dega. That's unfortunate.
Maneko, so on the whole,
you believe this?
Because they didn't believe ne
Can momuna daha some more of the Gambian from the country.
Then I said to him, I said, oh my days. I said, you people were next door neighbor. You never asked me this question. Why would we die, you people? Why would we do such a thing? Manelen, no nation. Maneko solen say America, Muneka America. Every time you get Bosnia, we are the melting pot of the world because they allow divergent people to be there and develop the nation.
Yeah.
Man, when I was practicing in UK, them are there here for everybody. If you are a Gambian, I fight for you. I don't see any of this ethnicity and anything of that nature. I don't believe ne lol lañu wara vote on
Ben Sose or any other Olof or Jola, I'm not dole pour daha sa moromi Gambian. Suba dega li sa dama defa sad.
Lena la
amu dole bobu no yang dole.
Exactly. Lena la muna wax ne moy ne in West Coast legi man lima gis the people I interact with of all the tribes, because man nit la ko xamne dama gomne all the tribes voted nañ ma.
Yeah, definitely.
One of you very because demon na Wellingara, Sibori Wellingara nema Kunku, Sibori nema Nasir Fofu. Defa amon group jigeni you to the same bopa as the is it Gomsa Jeker wo Nopsa Jeker.
Wow.
Nyom dañ ma promise on that dinañ ma votal, and then we realize it from the votes because they even called me to tell me that they voted for me. And they told me, because that group of women, Nyota, Desbuneka, I am fighting to get new garbage trucks for them because they are only concerned mine. Amun funde sanim balit. And then Lolu Moy, their biggest number one problem. And then I made a promise to them, Bala 1 year. And I am almost failing on that. But I can say maybe before 1 year, 6 months, I'll get them the new vehicles. And then I'll be able to do the collection.
No, but even if you fail, Yankuba, it's because of the in a fight, the fighting from the government that is stifling your efforts, and that's what you're understanding.
Recently, you know what they've done? I have the money. I wanted to get vehicles and trucks, to buy trucks. I need to go through GPPA. They took me 3 months to go to get the GPPA clearance. What kind of nonsense is going on in that country?
Look at that. It's just like what they did to Talib when he brought those trucks. When he brought those trucks. Wanted to get duty waiver. Imadiala, the same thing.
So they frustrated me. One thing they have to know. Then what hamne man. My focus is suma jigeni yu nek neman Nasiru nema kunku. They are struggling bes bu nek pour ñu am fu ñu sani sen balit ñom laan bëgg xéxal pour ñom ñu am lolu ñu address that problem. It becomes a minus because they are paying $50 per bag. That is too much. And they have a lot of waste that is collected, and this rainy season is coming. I am dreading for the rainy season because of so many problems my people face in that region. But last year I can say last year was tough because I inherited a bad system. But this year, I'm going into it much more prepared, and I believe I can do a lot more.
Prepared.
So
Inshallah.
magjibi moyne suma magbi moyne comme li mala neka di lakal la wolof ni man so gisee maa ngi try ba mun a laaka li ma laaka nii in wolof nga xam ne bañuma wolof bañuma pol suma jabar pol la bañuma suma best friend koo xam ne def ma xeexoon so much in the last campaign mooy Fra. Everybody knows Fra. Suñ ko waxee dañ ko dee wax ne Fra Yanks kooku njaago la Christian la even today moom laa gën a trust than anyone else.
Inshallah, Yanks. I think what we learn now, Waji text now, in fact, the individual has written and says, Yanks, I'm really happy with your response. Thank you. That's all of this set now, which I think Jordan Nur has done a good job, James. But just quickly, we take a break because a couple of questions mentioning then the lines earlier. Yanks, I'm sorry, may keep longer because you rare opportunity to have chairman of West Coast region on a platform like this.
It's a pleasure in it.
It's a pleasure. Ngalonko afo madam yeko budo kai bio ngeta bulle. So, but love the announcement of Dollar Kalajana UDP. We believe in empowering our people as well. Na UDP nkaba memo Mariama Siboti. Abe kataka mbake. I just want to do this publicity for her. I have Sibo's farm soto the vegetables will produce and she's doing a fantastic job. Mariama Sibo I nim farm soto nim kunko ne alongo aka nim vegetables will wafije amanjere ngawlu order. Yani nim mobe keta kwa tebe nyameng. Na importation of these vegetables will be talala bakile as an economy talala. So Sibo kunong sama abe jabol le harvest la tomorrow. So momo la fita is Mariama Sibo contact nalmel mala number so jam buto ala number be menaliente inbox buto mala fika la number abiko ma fo nyeko pour sala number address dem but ako sama ala farming ibe jabol le harvest they harvesting onions tomorrow. So I told them Brikama, I'll be Gambia, I'll sit at Mariama Sibola farm. I'll catch Facebook or like announce it, and this is actually tremendous. So Mariama Sibola Barakabake. So this is just an announcement for Mariama Sibola farm. Tomorrow they will be harvesting onions. Na vice chair two for Musa Jamembe content like say who you what the question that you asked is legit. And as UDP, we should not shy away from taking this question. So, Musa Jame, thank you for your comment as well. I definitely is our deputy chair number 2 in the UDP UK chapter executive. Sister Geneva Mas for a call, can a call back. I'm after my lines only follow. But Ninja call can call Shikala because I Akatara do call in time, so I want to give her the leeway to call it. But left Memfola level and a couple of questions in Unigan. I'll open the lines to Youngs. I told me along left in calling to show because in program on Bele Dental, and this is a perfect opportunity for Youngs Darboe and in Ale Diamo. But Youngs left men in Kala Mansa Kunda. I'll call ke follow mina fenkele call mbal I'll make Jenna Mas le call right now. Dengata Youngs lofte nyininkaro men fonana away from BAC. Sorry, just stay with BAC. Truck solo men kam balitol collect ngaje ko ya start le mial ko namananke defong video jele West Coast residents kafuko sanji jelu itol be West Coast ina mana nyisifaji. So how far are you with that mbalit collection on albe nyaadile for is it ongoing anala pegam project to fonang you are going to go to contract with Digital. You know?
Yes.
Digitalization, okay. But how far? So if you can just respond the two together, yeah.
So Digital, they're doing assessment. At the moment, they're doing the inventory point. Na revenue based nyimbelo. Because coming up when ndolmalong na revenue na potential based nyimbedame. Ne nyinga gavana ndongal na kodo wembule. Bari kodo nyinga sort of lal mimbedo maubela nankamolo. Wole problem. So Pagam is really supposed to be the solution for that. So ibe assessment team o bakanne ngamire nyanta murun nale then ngamire business all banne in Brikama, but they're yet to do Combo North constituency. So ni munundawdo. They have a lot to do. They will spend the whole year doing that. Janebo inventory ban. Yeah. So that might take time. So Mbalito, we started this Senia project where we partner with private collectors. So we want to encourage private entrepreneurship. So when Gambian they want to engage in waste collection, then council zone soul dealer they collect, and we help them in collecting the money, and they get something. The only problem is that motolu menu nata initially moto jamale problem also. Ama fanam kono yalo moto jamalu minu kabona Europe ila moto ibuka ke 4-wheel truck holti ibuka ke wheel truck holti. So 10 wheel 16 wheel now get a wheel truck holti ibala poto buka muda buka tudu no poto kon. So way moto jamale badani ndoldu ye moto minu ta sirifo sonko bulat be kama area council lolu gelegele let.
Oh gelegele
le wolu ni wolta ne korda kelim fula sabata do ka fale ni samba balit ko blado ne frere tutu budun ñu mun dal problem ot big problem. It's about 9 of them dolanga mi inherit payment get trokoti payment bede. So BAC was a terrible one. So this year ni aja na budget oro budgeted to buy at least four new ones.
Okay.
And then brand new they will be wielded ones. And then 2 septic tanks, mini alongo brand new bekala G-Core rangote. 2 open trucks, and in Sovelo, and in bulldozer, because Tambananka Nyamo fight damming, need a bulldozer pour J control no isaje Nyamo can manage no properly. So need so mewole sankang aning 2 pickups. We are buying 2 pickups. So nyulemuna procurement for this year. Nim procurement GPPA but when you sabola, but thank God. In the end, yal nanga mim fo ko yala mim alanga tanga publish gane but we go and publish na dia de samba kitola na dia de sama binalan tolum balitol moto den tol bulu jam moto be panen tol be ñu no ma trimon kodo be mbul volo kodo la vacances be mul yabul ko nga ta kon we just go and do. And sometimes you have to be the system forces you to be a radical.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because mol ni la kodo iko la fta moto sanna but luako nganato liya ngake in a way that it is free and fair. Atol kasi waka mal fo la fta ngatanga will talul dila ba janni tulbo approve. We are not doing anything. We are not giving anybody any button. And then we are going to go ahead and publish it. Ninga publish. We know what the law said. We'll publish it, invite tenders. Nim mol la tender nata. We go with the ones that have given us we can get value for money. And then we carry on. It's our decision at the end of the day. It's not like we're making millions out of it. We just want trucks to collect waste from for our people, you know. And that is a big problem for us. Sama binagan jioka batanoming gendola marseoldo and silolka. And we need a septic tank to be able to do that. And then kabiring March, kabiring February, up to now we're getting to May. And they're wasting our time. And then we have to do this advertisement for 1 good month before we are able. Nintolanga advertisement that is Monday, 22nd. Then advertisement of the Rona, it will be somewhere 20 something of May. Mandun Samakon.
Well, yeah.
Near more choose, let's say within a week before June. Ye killing na ata approved. Then will troko before the Omega September, Samamamba. So then in September now, what are we going to rely on? See, and we've been telling them this last year in Karandim in Nawalam Samakono is our toughest period. Akamba dan baken nyim motolu nga menu taraje a man fit for purpose ikatale dore pan yetaye pan, so we need vehicles. You know, and we've been telling some people we have nimmolian negotiation but you cannot do anything like that without going through GPPA, all kind of everything. Yalo lua e fengol minu deda ni lua je I think offended that I bid it pour que progression.
Yeah, I don't know.
But ye mol min sindije will like a problem with wol canale lua it will mean sindije pro progress in the voleamurun and common. You know, problem with everywhere the bureaucracy of government is always it's very difficult.
Very difficult. So
ni mamante ko abuka ku follow abuka mo dagwa temu radical or the rebel. Why do I have to conform to such a system? Mini alongo it will
do about for comment can ko Burishibi I think they are benefiting from this collection. Biosongo for ko this will become a thing of the past. This
It
problem
will
with
be.
this,
It will.
very soon.
It will
So,
definitely be.
yeah.
We do. All we needed is on Monday we are doing the procurement tendering announcement on the newspapers. Anybody in Nialungo is interested in providing it. We go through the best deal and they help us get these trucks as early as possible. Then, Barjanika tendering, you have to be registered with GPPA. That's their route. So you have to be vetted and known by them, and then you tender, and then you can do it. We carry on. You help us with the trucks. Yeah, for because we want them before the 1st of July.
Yeah.
Well, if we have that one, we can be able to do a lot to mitigate the challenges of the rainy season for so many people in the region. That's what we want to do. And you see all of that. We are thinking of UDP rek ñoo dee sonal, UDP rek ñoo dee lifin, or benn head rek moo dee lifin. We are thinking out of the box here to help everybody who lives within our region, because we want everybody who comes to West Coast to feel at home and be happy, and let it be home for them. That's what we're fighting for.
Thank you, Yangs. I have got one question for Brikama, and then I'll have one national question. Then I will open the lines for people. Ngalanko Keba Sabali Sukuta Helsinki. So Keba Sabali Mbete call. I'll give priority to you and Jenaba Mas. Then the rest can just call in. But love to engineering Kala question on men. Somebody just sent a question. Kafuko. Yangs is doing a fantastic job. Sehu. But I am really troubled about the dilapidated nature of the Brikama market. And no wonder Ahmad Ba said Brikama defa tilim, Marsebi defa tilim. Brikama is the capital of West Coast. What plans does Chairman Yankuba Darboe have to at least make Brikama market look decent? Because the last time I was in the Gambia, I went to Brikama market. I couldn't believe that people sell in that market. You
Definitely.
see fields everywhere.
Yeah.
And I want Chairman Yankuba Darboe to give Brikama market priority. And this is what the government is using. No wonder Barrow's government came there and they started saying Brikama for tilling. Somebody sent that question. So I've been going to marche wala kuala chairman. Ako malam for you plan so to uplift the Brikama market la. Ako je amalo warta ni tara Brikama marche wala. Brikama is the capital of East Coast region. So ako for you fair also the transformation or something like, because NPP mamle to be marche wala Brikama. Because West Coast will cut off.
No, I'm glad that he raised that question. And as ugly as the question is, that's the reality on the ground. We have to acknowledge it. Nimma accept we wouldn't be able to do the job. We have to accept we have a problem at Brikama market. And say who Brikama Marseoning, it's a very important market to the whole of the Gambia, in fact, and the whole of that sub-region. If you have Brikama Marseodo, you know that people come all the way from God knows where, Guinea-Bissau or other places. They shopping Casamas you would mention. It's a very, very strategic location. Adna Brikama market, Brikama Udron. We don't have anything apart from our market. But one market work a millionaire produce with all the whatever it is. So I'm saying to take good care of it is very important. Yajalenga planul minsoronu. Dulal benunje, imagine labanda daminul concrete langa musol sambanunje. No dulal telephone negotiation with Supersonic and then with APS. There's a side nyanda mindila APS like nyanda 3 stage fenkole dedala nyeje. There's another side Supersonic nyanda damin dedala, but dulal nyimbe nyanda level. I did mention it on member caring one time. The flows could all be level. Even from one flow, APS flow to Supersonic flow without even knowing that you are moving from one flow to another, but you would think that you are in the same market. You see, that's the design how we wanted to build it. But yalo marsew space to jebe mol bonde no la jene ami ye samba dula do to na dula nyim develop. So nga space is all min sorono was the GRA complex and in the Mfongola council quarters and in health quarters min menunje. What can all be dita no Brikama era council la. Say no space nyin sort of new world negotiate pour ka wodi Supersonic ning APS la barona la mo na marsew de na marsew boy ni bidigol boy mol man wa yale yo boy ro fanangel ninjonga be kelola me o kelo ko nata ko kinkolina la mol nata ni mani mane o be tika la nyaado ni aje camera atele gambia be no kelol ate dango be doyare ate dango be doyare be tika le gama atele gambia be no kelol ite be dunna marsew ko ne defo yalla mari aka fo ha in 1970 shilolo bi da be ay marsew bulal boy over 8 almost 1000 plus kante mo nyune min boy to law bir kama blan saying ndel be spaces all min nga minu target num pour ka wodino APS ni supersonic lay o building no that we were forced to give it back to the people because now you have 1000 family households many alongo they don't have anywhere to sustain their basic subsistence from. How are you going to leave those people out there? And then you are talking about let us wait for another 3 years for APS to build here or that day. Utumole nothing old big big boy, na jail be concrete, ngo mole al tali al tablo londi at least $8. No fananke, naminam parela man sakunda governor na rako man sakunda al tambo kenon. Inside Bergamo market.
From one problem to another.
From one problem to another. So you wonder, how are you going to be able to register development here? When every
bayo songo fana blale fo ko ngeni ni ga fana kumara no ngame fana se diam jela ko mo lafta nyin development o bela bari namu jo fana ngame residents of West Coast fana nyanta fala mo le namo fana jo please ask Chairman Youngs to encourage residents and businesses in West Coast region to pay their taxes so that the council can achieve their goals. What is true, it's legit because development of Namuka Ginang Samo Santa Kewanyama. You need taxes. Now borrow from the Wasika Wallako, Gambino left and you could be Muluka Namo.
No. Baradata. Molkanamo Jole, Dinkole Bala State House, Abeka Yeman Dami.
Adega Pusur Pasarle.
Adega Pusur Pasarle. I mean a 40 million eco di journalist or lega valing alim promote.
Yeah, well, let me gallery reaction to that as a last person national. Then you got what about national question. But in Namu Jofana is important for West Coast region, Chairman, because more than Namu Jo,
it's very important. West Coast Nkul Kanamo Jole, Ibajo Kanenung. Epeka fenye sai ba jo kanne ka fenye so me mim fola wala nyunduko mo jamale nte approach ko nyeko ndel buka namo jot because sirfo sonko mim benunje ndol ngala ne wol man dara fenke ka wala nam buka namo jo but sai ba namo jola and then epeka danka fodro e kanale ya jo ya itandi Karamba Ture was doing it at some point aya jole no ngata Facebook and he was doing a campaign ka for mol min be Diaspora pour namo jo and then people are doing it. So, Mariale ko suwo se bori nyaw nyam foy sa la fa buso. So la fa mina wala nyindiko alla namo la kamunun nang and now it's coming back.
Yeah.
I think a word development nga kodol min tala it's coming from Namolu.
Yeah.
And then troko left them in sanna they're coming from Namolu. Silolu nyanda minu dola they're all coming from Namolu. More development. Like I said, we have to turn West Coast into Babylon. What I'm gonna dream.
Well, Chairman, allow you for a comment on the comment section. I call Brisubi, Ali Mbalit collection or that in Jele, but I call Ninga Mundamal Album Murla J, Alaji Juve, I call Alpha Mata Murla Jele, you Alamulia stop. I don't know whether you're aware of that.
No, na company Minukagela Motole Panda, Bella Modol Panda, Manta. So we are desperate to get our own vehicles. So by na 4 vehicles all mean because we demarcate all those areas into zones. So zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, zone 4. So killing better dedicated for each of those zones. So our hope is we should get them before the end of September. That is our target. Because we are starting this procurement advertisement tendering issuing on Monday. That will take us at least 1 month. That's what GPPA law I remember. After that 1 month, we have to sit over it. Nintol Sitakuna, it will only take maybe a week, depending on the tender in Minnesota. We might take only a week or 2 weeks. We will tell the companies, we'll invite some of them, and then we'll take the one that we want. But we have to give them at least maybe a 3-month window. In the Gambia, and then they are available for us to collect them. A collection order. So we are looking at maybe around October, November to resume properly, because I don't want to depend on other people, because I got promises from other people. Motodol binaka ni mamfutana still. Motodol binaka ni still mamfutano. Ni wol futana we can be able to restart everything as soon as possible. But no one, our real hope is that by October, November, nyantaka proper collection order, everywhere.
Okay, I told member Bruce bi alial karo ale jabero moyle dole karo ke janga fanate lafta kamfala la kaka telefon. Some of the questions escape me la ko. Please ask Honorable Chairman, what development did BSC have for Kampasa people concerning about market issue? Fonyi Kampasa didn't have any market, even Jame time. Imam market also dole bata ko amari ko mala ko so nyinga. So member MLS TV sign apology signing a question oje kanata don't go away. Akoge nyinga ye mun plan so pour Fonyi Kampasa pour mara se also. Ke ba sabari from the line otole janimba talarek, if you can quickly answer this guy watching us on YouTube, MLS TV, ako Fonyi Kampasa.
Kampasala market, I'm just getting that today, first time. I think Lumo kake, is it Kamamuru or Kang Sambu? But I believe ko Kampasa. I'm trying to think where Kampasa is. Ngamera Nitarani Wasudula is the last village on the corner there, Kampasa. Jacob, I think Jeleka Lumo Lumo Kabere on Tuesdays or Wednesdays every week. But he only started collecting there just recently.
Okay.
Very recently, like a collection of that Kalaji, Wofam Kabiri and Brikama Marsa, they came, they demolished at least 3 zones for at not 3 collection zones. You only be dismantled at Brikama Market. We had to shift to Sibanor, Kalaji, Sintate, and then Kampasa. I believe it's Kampasa Lumo Kakejelodo. So, ila Marseoning, to tell him the truth, I'm just hearing that now about the market problem there. But I will speak to, I believe it's Modlamin Sanya, who is the ward councillor, and we will see how best we can help in that area with the market. I cannot give promises now because
you look into it.
Yes, we'll look into it. Our priority areas for us as council is to take care of basic stuff. Marseolu, we engage the private partners to get into that, because Ninge encourage into it, they get something return with markets. They always, but community markets, we want to help in as much as we can. And we're seeking funding. We are seeking funding left, right, and center. But we want to believe that no one is going to salvage us from where we are. It's going to depend on our own honesty, truthfulness, patriotism, hard work, and dedication towards registering development in our area. That's what we believe in.
Okay, thank you, Yankuba. Ibrahima Tungo Marana, mbela question on Yininkal after nigga Keba Sabalita. Keba Sabali be on the right now. Keba, bismillah, welcome to Bantu.
Island national question, no,
Ibrahima Tungo Marana fana Yininka question olale, akong Yininka, but national question on Yininka. But Keba, Madanga Keba ta follow. Keba is on. Keba Sabali?
Keba.
Ning akumaya tabak
Abaraka
andu bi nta foko yankuba ay molu hakilolu tenkondile andu ay molu bambandi kotenche kaje ko tonya UPP la target menti na funding te totole menni ya lonko ame ipareta pour kaje ko ke bali woni mennu deja pour kalo kabula wotilo noma yankuba, we are very proud of you. Ndela ta kukilin ne fola me yendewu ila karola, because ngela ambition o jela andunga lolne ko nim molia understanding say you will make a lot of achievement. Wala min tax collectors ñun still kane under it is sabotaging keno ite men kala wala be danila. Of course, now believe le ko itele ya lom fangu tabin tolbela ko how to work with them. Bari andina kara ko ibe ni kala ko some inspectors all brandi normal and bank fundum iba kala ngati ba me more tax collect, then you give them certain price pour que encourage your tax mawo mo le ka tax jole bari tolle ka ta mo lu I mean, you go separate musol bulumbari musol kafoko. I'm baring ke hamni man ticket dinna akije dora na make soko ya kalam ta ko ni ticket ojo imajo baring ke ya jo cancel le wo ticket ni itenyan ta otala le wala cancel la sed de arot. Pour ça namul men ka palek isi sotono. Andul la stefana West Coast akeno bere mutata tuat West Coast kene ken songo mansia. Bari kene ken songo ben ka jo West Coast namo adango doya batay. But I prefer kuto land labang aleta village level hannal be molta subcontract la kaje ko ale podinke fula o mensia ta otalie employee ko lafta fengo be nata keno le mialon ka gista ta ni sate kono ale bula keno lu no ma ka collection o ke ale cooperate with the alcalo kaje ko warangal ya di VDC la ani alcalo e cooperate kaje ko ye ko nam kene ken sangol men be West Coast be kono men yalon ko molle ikatale ye register sangitan moy kene ken sangol register bara bu ko sonna na mo jola ni mu West Party West Coast le pour ñen kan ñen fanal ci la fa alla income kan o be kala ma balete pour kabula ko no man kana hani $1 on the rate ka foko na tuje because ni be mu molle la nyato tati anda ko do mol be sula wala ka West Coast develop. Definitely. And lafta concentrate la gamen kan bawo ni mu great opportunity lati. Wala na kiaman ba to ya la bob kure na Finland chapter UDP chapter ntolle Yankuba invite abona Gambia pra na Finland yang in cooperation with one organization me yalonko na be seminar ba kala jawo kola fana we are connecting. I mean we are working on this that ko ni Yankuba nata. So major cities in Finland na bitale pukaje ko new simum corporation si palle keno andu na sol men fana be Nordic yang na try le puka wol fana already ni la chairmanol contact le ka foi ko na timetable di la ko yang sbetara jang kabo from the 9th tata abe 1 week nyon kala Finland jande bari to fana sa juve it will fana si la blood juve let them knock at doors. I mean, in their various countries, Tajeko, Simune Keno, or Mune Mirano, Yankuba Simune Keno, Urkajeko, connection of Nina, Bao, West Coast, and then I'll tell them the biggest region in Gambia, but I told them the most weakest because of Napas. So, saying, near the Yankuba from select among all, among Chako come and attend Fisiata or Doli Betani, but in Ajele Talibi a connection also already, Rohilo a connection also. Andung lamin sane fanan akita nya fanan be jele po e wai bari Yankuba atena ake time le me alonko baro na ta nya tilingale baba tan di come back ngaje ko it's better ngan afanan consider kaje ko kawo opportunity diala kanani Scandinavia jang ta jube mune sikeno andu nga follow nya me wolam laftale pour na binakan laftale mo be alo nyama ndolu kilingol lebe tiketo sanna praina no Jana on the Spain, Barcelona, Bemombe Kalaje on the 3rd of August. Bruna Sambana water follow to Animoli no contonje. These are the other European countries in France. Ning Atarakoitol France during his stay. And in German Lemba Waram Bankukote, many alonko Fana left Talakata, internal flights in Europe, Jawiyaba. If they left a filming killer with him, they can do. Wala Nangajo Yamako. Mbasambala na naibe wotonto nabe bola na nyola wolto na Finland ando abita Denmark le fana because annual fana celebration o do benta leftala ay opportunity ta kata kafuta Denmark fana ando leftala kaje ko mobe a fanga jenyen kon hanna chapter sol membe kerinten mbe kana fanga ondare na jube ko ni Yankuba nata nasimum program si fala keno pour nata do kula musol membe Gambia. Oh, nta keno le bang anin tol fongo chapter na fay nindo mandingo samba ye bo holo sin naka do kula msole menu be sate ka wara ngi ambulance photo fele lafte ya samba ya lon dibrikama marse to pour sa toluka sa ka mol ma jele accidentally wara foni water tank fenko fele men ya lon ko kay soka we tankol ke ngomoto koto kilinje jang wara nga fire service moto koto kilinje jana me alon ko wasiti ni nintata je nti soto momo ekana jutu fonga pour na jeko na jubentol membe jang as Gambians and ngalong ko nga connection with this government because ngalong nga yung kumo foto nyamen tambi be mbarimba kumba finyoli jela ko ba Scandinavia jang and now pull drive away no and it fell because the fact is that man fenke no ita keno la fam bari link ko Gambian old meta janne ndum Gambian ko Scandinavia especially Sweden ko Yankuba fonga fanyame do kala ali je mu alla chance ta je ko ali fonga la chiamano Gambian ko lumbela di ko be mento ko le nayin council to kado bi wala mu UDP government on link atara ko ngata nyama into central government lala ninga ñu support ñu del la do ko be war la central government andu mol be example je la ñu del la ko yara fa ni UDP government na to jam abitanol ngani wuli ñu kama make ka mo andu make ñim fanan kama ko ka jutu mo nga opportunity le soto dron nko alin fana a Gambians ba on tol fere Finland ngani opportunity soto alin akeban cement no ngamunyol fanan kalamta ko ndenga ndaka je ngaje ko it's for all of us. Amante ko nana ta Finland. It's only for us. It's for everyone. When ya longo, new opportunity tano. Ke bari muson. Ke la badi un. Kaje ko Gambia banko simune mako risambanoje. Nte la frajanna ko la doron kafo Yankuba eko. Banko dingol la tax akanta iman fenke follow. Ni amire ya fenne ke iman fenke follow. Nka nyim foy na will repeat it. You expect it's more than what you have done. Still, you have a lot to do, and we are expecting you to do more.
Abaraka Keba, ila Gilenkaro Kumada back, ila comment from Kumada back. Kiaman, I want to comment briefly on that before we. National question all then because there are tons of questions. 140 LM drama if I love the Gilenkaro. Mujama love the Gilenkaro, so not chance the audience all for so if you can just quickly comment on that.
No, never opportunity to like Keba Tendo Kajai and Fatsin. Gambian patriotism. Yalong. One thing we need to learn from the past life of Senegal is patriotism.
Yeah, absolutely.
Patriotism mean the walamu ikela banko la nyato dale kanu. You know, ibikaje ko na banko but amiani nationalism fata is that nationalism wolke miral ko na banko de ya. You know, mekelo ke kana bangu dia bari nyindon ka kelo kele weda atebi jeo atijeo luntango le bije luntantije sikar le bije sikar tije bango eta nyato dro. A patriots fight for everybody and everything about this country. Nationalists kafaleko bango should only be developed for us. You know. So Kebala patriotism and in fact saying lungolung it's a mingo muno Gambian kudo they're doing it. Every platform near Gambia BJ Futaji yela fenkoke yela contribute.
They are very patriotic, very patriotic.
They tendula wala mbe jaila wala back and then they in the book of Batawala. So was a kunya when they say but we commanding for and then people
and it's very late in Finland right now. It's just around
and
1.
People learn a lot from them. Yadele B neither a Gambia. Musolu, Jamaba are very much politically conscious because of Fatsin Sabali.
Yeah.
Because of Fatsin Sabali. Because Fatsin is every day he is there telling them Musolu, Alanga Keteng, Musolu, Alanyanda Geladen. I like that. I like that a lot. Because only a conscious mind can develop.
Yeah.
You know,
Kiaman ngama gunjur ko dole tonyendrol ako ngeni ni gabe abin bitam le tonyeka ko ngeni ni gabe when are you going to tile Sukuta ako fa defana be Sukuta tile
Avoid Dr. Lena abe minister la maybe sambe abe bodala tile in position or na be tile mole I didn't minister very soon I will tile in position or
abe tonyendrol okay so saying a tunko la question nyinga tunko be men nyininka kareka ko nyininka for new subvention me anko government buka they are not fulfilling the obligation and it is mandatory coming out from yama ako for atol if I'll be plan total council will be local government authority puruka nyi samba kiti bundala because yanda man sekunda forcela is a mandatory provision in the act so ako burka bulaji just like that so ako for any plans to take the matter to court.
I think we will at some point, but at the moment we have a lot of court cases against the government.
Yeah, too many court cases pending.
Too many, but I think we have a couple of them at the moment. First one wole marché min dita mo di. Second one on the marché boy min kengang. Ndol manela grupo mo, we have to take them to court. We are working on that one as well. Because no, yalo nying sembe jayo dronne sembe jayo dronne baro be sembe jayo dronne la ndelem
sembe baro mo la ko akate na akonate be kukelo la boka sila yala last day mo moyle wala ko
yala ngonte mala te amena min be sila la ite be boyle mul ke ga mul la bo boy ga vole ndeman sila say ko men bo boy wo be sila la burmo, you know. It needs to be tested at the courts because
yeah.
Because by law, imagine a property ma without an order of the court. But president what is the difference between him and Njambe? Because Mindia go taman different Mindia they go taman da Bangkok moto kunol. Nimol kaiwa ebe poor people le affect comme au moment yana ka off. Yalo nyimfo sai buka understand ate ava muta dami mo fo ma understand me yalo ko kunum mon ka bondan tableau ko de ka findin ne ka vai hay ena el tatal bi
tiamana wolmo analo fantin deni kolu analo fenkolu ne baro jibe brabe collection of sometimes
no
baro sai yalo modol be palaso
they nyimko atonde van Obama coming for power doesn't change people, it reveals who they are.
True.
This is what they are. It didn't change them there. Barrow power might change. Barrow, this is who Barrow is.
Yeah.
You know? All of a sudden saying, I don't know mulla keke noti, not aiming for state house movement. Hey, Joe Biden, nuclear bomb ole be Barrow ga na America no go criticize. Nuclear bomb ole butongo ba gulu. Uma sila wala America mo be ba Fiji fadal. Wobe tengun no wod landa be munya kay ite fendable for AK47 ite ko mo kana diam afanyi tengun be diam lal diam mo kelal alba lay kel talale mol bum ba diam mo kelal mota silala wala diam be kelal because wo bangon.
Okay, Youngs, there is somebody who is constantly calling, even on my line. The reason I haven't taken the calls, I gave exemption to Keba Savali because it's late in Finland, but my line only follow. This guy is calling, continuously. I was going to ask this last question upon the lines. Call a line order. Go ahead, please.
Assalamu alaikum, Chiku.
Yeah, walaikum salam.
I'm very sorry, it's very late here, so
okay, you've been told,
Madrid right now.
Madrid, okay. It's past midnight there. Go ahead. Yeah.
Exactly. Youngs. Please don't ever gonna give off anyway. Are you gonna see them? They are trying to make all their threats. Youngs, I saw them Soto. These are the rhetorics you may use lawyer Darboe to try to destroy him by his own former party militants. All their threats, he can be for them short-tempered. It's all lies. This is what they use against Usman Sonko over 9 years ago until he ended up going to jail, coming out to become a president.
Prime Minister.
Same tactics. Youngs is short-tempered. Youngs was a lawyer. He was defending people who are powerless for how many years? Nobody knows that. Youngs is short-tempered. There's nobody in this world
who
can comfort. Youngs, please, people are relying on you.
Yeah.
I bet to my life, not only me, there are millions of people who trust you. Never break our trust.
Yeah.
Don't be scared. Don't be afraid. If you are going to jail, we are all going to jail with you. By telling you are short-tempered is a trick. This is what they use against lawyer Darboe. He's short-tempered, he's short-tempered. Lawyer never kill even a rat. If they are scared of you, they give you a name for people to get away from you.
Stigmatized.
Youngs, please.
Stereotype. Yeah.
Abaraka back.
Until they do us apart.
Okay, Abaraka caller. Abaraka, there are a lot of callers on in the queue. Abaraka back. Thank you.
I don't mind Minazeo. Yalong follow a coming for you, Songomuda. some of them name commandina ka fanyal ha ya kilo to kanata ke sonkoti ko ajale sonko mutanyaming ifana kanata mutawanyam ana kabir lumna sonko badam kom fay say wol mol min go fanya malu say be mun fola nyanda goy nyanda dale ya fu baro e kana ga makiti ko ajale min gana makila.
Okay, I'll back. Honorable for the LM Drum and Bay Tala, Paboy Arambal Tala, but I have to give preference to my sister Jenama Mas, New York. Atile, I call Kaleno Alemala Kolsika, and we have to also put gender balance. Kewol fan ale chance the musol fan and yin karo. Jenama Bismillah, welcome to Bantaba.
Assalamualaikum. Sehumbe kontona bake.
Be kontona bake.
Benna kiamano kontona yengs la wana kiaman fawante ante manke wiskos ngati.
Ya, ite be banjul. Ite yo wa banjul.
Man wa banjul la. Ranks be kontona bake.
My sister.
Mayala nintanko. Sehumbe duale fane be menna bari ante lafta mem bambandira domandi because yang sehumbe for the fire pressure. Yang ska for menoko I'm so disappointed. Biringo mo ko ye wulitang hama million 4 million ta woro le bankawo diatela pura se lano baro nyol kanyame o puruisa karna to bula dala o puruisa mondo no nyame ka ke ko ye fenka ke no nyame silfo araba baro ke no nyame so yang sna to diget wo man terengalo ne ko yang sto kelale bari ite amira ko nimbanko silango warta nyame nyimman sa sifa me yaron ko bare barkata man bili fa fanna hani bi nimbaro be diama la ka ko yaron tele president wat hala la ngilas diamo killing for do yaron tele president wat hani teme fa mo president wat this guy doesn't believe himself ama long hani kabiko amu president wat man bili fa la na ila ka tar sibola wala le am bili fa so yang sie banyame woto ko do diata nyaonya bare nin dignity tegeniata ima respect man sota kan mo mi bunya kan ni mol yeje inilo ko bi soto be bundo mo be juturi la mo me respect ibe dingol tonye kan ibe la musol tonye kan ibe badingol tonye kan because dignity ni ani integrity ni hadama dingo fo tala dron ani mo la honest botiti bala mo la trust nu itela balwo man nafa wana fal stop mo yakon so yang be menna usenu daba yon kulu hinela usenu daba yon kulu wala fuare ay anin fatiya anin kekende ya yalo kekende ya bukatano fuare ya koma fuare ya mandiare wulu ka ngal ne ka mandiya mol fanyul dogo ta janne nga moyle famanyul ko mol sata nyire itata fi bebe lari banko duma bi e mol la musol mol ni kenyul fayno kanyane because of dogo e man sani mol ko tsendi nyol because of dogo mol ka sara ta janne ni ridi momentan la because of dogo ani kawodiya because ye dogo laji dawra kawrle mat mo ni fi fana drong foyte ko taxpayers o lokodo ibete bribe la wala ite amete mo musu kendel o de mo kekendel ti iman kende ya ibu kawrle ti you don't believe yourself iman le fanna andi man la alala parce que inte man la fi banku dingol hakota taxpayers o le mon ko do mo yo wota ka ditela ku kuntango kay ka so ka wota because of itela advance nin kama wallahi mari ila kaburo ko ni tetem ko ne jeti gisuma tale la kaburo kon adule dunya bal woyni jutu na yale hani dingol abe jire kan kari fay ni ka jarin kan dingol toñi yang smeten to wala mbe jeyla
baraka
ni eblo bale ka jambi me yalon ko mo nene ma mo ya fo so biyo fo jambi o yati ale to ngeji ko wala ndira karola bake andu ngaro ko usenu dabo be daji ko men soto parce que ala daji ko wole ben tolbele because biring nim usenu official tanu atikela tek dokol dia la janne international dokol ya dia la janne international appointment call be akamol chodi ya ka fa alta karita ninte bota jangi ko e wole dinna akola ya nyawne nyata tar la nyinji ko male fo ngaji ba be tamento na tanu ya ala basron ta janne mol buka hani pour ka tayo ya famala na fisal adingol fisal ta musol fisal te kay hey yidamati jang bara man fisal lo ko ke kende ala ka wala ndika fo mol ko Usman Sonko yakele bar Usenu Dabo mu nomba wallati West Africa me yalon ko na niole la akole yata 22 years abeni ko ya ni fuare ya jawjaw abeni woni ko be bi fo mbella na bun ko no fo so may be fala le ban nyin kew man gito to Usenu Dabo mu ke fatim balati ke kende bale mati adina do Usenu Dabo ko man na fasa fo na sama state house mbara julo jono wala intena moy mol men yaro ko silantala nyin kawo sol men yale silantala ika foko Usenu Dabo kanar wala nga dindingol samana hey Senegal le dindingol samana we Senegal le jomoli ndi because of ni man dindin president so to me yaro ko be but in 29 years also to jan I maintain ko kan tolle gagne na takala last pass
ndolo na man dindi keba president fonso de jenaba
be dindi
malena
okay jawra fa dindi ma so but 29 years we sa fika
Jawara Ngamra was 34
30 something Jawara was 30 something bra president
so sign to be mun to ka fo mun la sign fa nyanta dindi wala sambala nan dindi juma ko tenke to le nyanta fa ko sign fa nyanta keba la sambala na Senegal le woni because it paring president wala soto but not us so min be ko fo hasidiya le be kono ani hasidiya jewjo wala be mari ñol kono ani konante ay min soto UDP min soto Hussein Darboe e ka fa kebata duniya be le president mu Joe Biden wala siyata so kan kolola maliyano le men fo le kana fo kon kebata fo kon tije ko teke duniya ni be balgo kono ala be kuran di be kende yari inyante la common sense useless ibe men keno la moli ibe men
okay dole ben correct kan ako Jawara was 46 okay thank you Baba Jawne thank you for
46 okay
ibe men keno la ani be mone fono la ni be mone sansel ani be mone keno la ila community ani la banko e fo ni fata le be kon tigi par ni ma fo ko tigi da mutata nya mutata imu hadama di wonta valid leader albe angal termen to la queen ila queenoni how many years I wala soto ma fo ko alinga bondige sa ke batale wonta tara je fo jadi be faal suti be no katara mbulo kono ika sangi jel lo soto hande sangi kemelo soto mbuka fa nga bondi suti yala ake batale sa ira ha suti yala akototale adimol yana ke suti yota ko nene mo moy dulato so alinga bula nyono ma na resta godi na alfa la me yalon ka tile ni bekere baro ya manyo biti nyala jande manyo fano ngaje la baro ko tole dar fano ko la manyo ko ngabe ka dutu ko no nyo baro kalo be ka so ka fa tele ko hani tale yang stabo enen foto nyala
ela brora londe jena ba ela brora londe
na man din tuna
ndene jemun della sister naman dem fen
banje kana sila baro la naka buka silam to ne fatiyata ti because ay borla tata en ko gambia na ta en taraji
okay abaraka
UDP muta nga Uselu Darboe muta nga fasa na ko nga landi nga kuna ko nga sika na ko nga landi nga landi nyanta wala kala because of ay menke gambia ni hasidiati je fem fede nteje anyunti je menke nte ka fole mo fama ke nte faawo mo ko tem faawo be fama nyol ma anunte to sonon fama ko wako nte sonna so bal konton nam be je la mbe duwala UDP palasin dambi na sitan sunu da malte ma yang sebe to lam be je le be na fatiya continue don kana murkoma ni be tonya kan kana sila ni be tonya kan kana murkoma ni be tonya kan kana jito ni be tonya kan kana mo jibe ibe ning alalem ando alabem fasala inshallah
abaraka thank you sister Janaba Mas abaraka kolazol siatan talbe talano cannot definitely take you all dole for a question akongala question on yininka you have to ask that question again. I have missed it. Menka Fukosego, please ask my question. Please, can you put it on the comment section again? Yanks, thank you. Let me just quickly, I think one more comment placed wrong. I meant for. Mentioning Galani national question quickly. Mbal Daniela so Kutale is 11:33 in the UK right now. So could have been almost here 3 hours right now. Ngalong Galbela for question on you about also comment pa Moduka for Yamin, ready to go water later. We cannot just be here for the whole night. But the Menkala I will take at least 5 callers after at least 5 callers. But I'll allow a question from the studio and so that I'll say chance the module because now the time you must spend and maybe we cannot take many questions. So let me ask I want to ask your reaction towards this government disbursement 40 million Yemendi media houses all as chairman of West Coast region. Obviously there's a lot of brouhaha on social media. Obviously people are frowning up it, majority of Gambians. Funding, what's your reaction as chairman in over $45 million for 40 million media houses or to promote government agenda?
It's mimu ku fenkonyinde what is the agenda of the government that needs to be promoted? Because the information we are getting, I think Watson Gambia wrote it, MPP performed very badly at the election.
Yes.
They needed to near the MPP perform badly is because of the bad image. The social media and the media being depict of MPP. So now they want MPP through Kodo the media, certain media houses so that they can promote government agenda on them. This is promoting MPP agenda. Simple. It is promoting the MPP agenda because they don't understand the difference between the MPP and the government.
And the government.
So if you have the MPP government, so that is their government. So if you deep in la tax kodo, if you tell a promo, it can demand how to defend the MPP agenda promo.
Youngs, is this also not a sign of failure on the government?
It's a big failure. It's a very big failure, but eka agenda. Yalong, ntela agenda in West Coast. Ma for any media house, ma ko yena agenda say. Every money that I put it back on the people, and then I bring back the development.
Yeah.
So near development of Gambian only. That is an agenda that everybody will support. Development is the agenda we all want to subscribe to.
Yeah.
But it all agenda mumindu wala mola kodo it all clear bed domo. Mol kana fensoro. And then they think that even media house, even million tanadila wala all can handle brainwash and telling our support. Namadi world direct salary.
But again, Youngs, what about the discriminatory part of it? They only selected certain media houses. Kerfatu Masato, Pamodi Bojana Membe Kiri Masato, Su Radio Masato, King FM is excluded. So they have targeted solid media houses. Is this really
Yalum coming up with the cruelty of Baroy Kalong world? By la Cabria Vagana, Algana, you know that you know that
UDP platform already.
I imagine UDP platform already. Imagine how can you develop a nation and exclude a particular group of people from that development?
I mean, and all for tax jole.
Tax jole. Nim tax jole na they go tax jole. Nima joy go be sambala court. Whatever be sorona. It's a killing get threatened more be tax jole. But then tax jole na they go for MPP gole. Alnyanda tax jole and nalbuga tax jole nalbe kelo kela. Because nim benefit on ara ne MPP to don't nekata. So nim mo bega tax jole minna. Fama longo yomal kiyama alaba nim mol kitende la walale. Because mola hakola wote. But ming diminta bekono. And then dimina ba fang mumindu wala mnyinduko 40 million. We ku jamale jara Gambia molbe bataving gon.
Imagine doko ngenyininga ferry on with this looming ferry crisis. Imo solve no. Sangana million tanano boni. Senabu jenko ngenyininga opinion on this ferry disaster. Ferry ko me making. But it coming for the trajectory and membe cake right now. Ndefa molete ni justify la mo. But nga modol jile tiba justify social media. Gambia jile
yalo mimvo begere. Ndola ni government sometimes you call for you know. Mole samba moral yabang and then ye dokunde against Gambian people. I don't even know because this is
wickedness.
Hatred, wickedness lemnit. You don't even yalong say we near Senegal la political norma pastef ni ko development ka fole ko wow Senegal am na petrol am na gas but Gambia too am na petrol am na gas not a Gambia nekun di was about their petrol and gas for the last 5-8 years of Barrow government they never mention about petrol and gas.
No.
Why are they not mentioning it? So where they're supposed to get money for Gambians to survive, they're refusing to do anything about that. The little money Gambians have, media company create fight. It's too painful. This is heartlessness. So
but Youngs, you have Minister of Information. Come and quote Pasamba Joy Mensala Post. You have Director of Press. You have Government Spokesperson. You have all these people, man, like you. Will make the agenda wife, you know. For Iko Saikata media houses, what kind of nonsense is that?
But the government agenda, why do they even need to pay for that to be promoted? Government agenda,
exactly.
Because the government's agenda should be the people's agenda. What the government is for the people, by the people, of the people, and then it's people. So how can government have an agenda that is different from the people that they need to come through positive medias? Iman GRTS Joe. GRTS I know wala camera because ni wala 19 ole. Iba wala dula bebe du nibulu nyot. Ima woto dedano, they are selling gamtel. They are selling everywhere. Mola parastatally babe. Yalo kumi me kering Gambia. Adimina warata bakel. Wala na mol katu fala lungo li ba mala kar fada dimina leka mol stress leka Gambian fa. Stress doro simply because manza kunda baro na la manza kunda be min anu baro yalo min fanita baro la kuot adaka si la blo la goda ga ha no wo be na minister Carle bul wolle be barle wo
Efele yalo diamo fon fa ka diamo le nyama
wo be na minister Carle bul wolle marda wala wolle la responsibility nte ha have
ba yalo yang sembe kiri ila NPP molo mala fike to fo jam nga dole je TikTok avec kamfari nga ko sa akabora NPP le la diam la ba do la be America de mala fika to fo jan imala vela video je la ko
ngala video anda bolo le de ko tol be MPP ni mol be kele la MPP gol say kana moy modol ko million euro
idol diam lal NPP dol mani 40 million soto igodi akodi mobe tilo ko no so you vote pandemonium le create within NPP
big time and you know well long imagine coming ke nimmodo comme nimmodo bodana UDP wo joinda dore o tamindi ye tolo fili koma bay do fana sabu do le ton nganta na la UDP le ni fra UDP fra muru ne sa je sama bari ko keno itol ko je doro ibetol use la doro but now I'm glad inyaya je because nintaranum i blind danun tendi babla ha nying government mazakunda right soto la ka kodo di molla ye promotion bari ye minje wala nyinduko hanise ndolbe mazakunda promote la lumolu nyinu buga buredi dolla nyindongol minu ya longo you know no media houses all fana mini o kodo receive. I don't know where is their conscience.
You but know, nga don't get a well by justify kan some of the media houses the beneficiaries
but how can you justify this? I mean nying justification today it just keglem alna na ngado simple
but yang wol mo sifal wol buka banko je wol be fansum or be fakan as long as it will be benefit come from the national cake. That's what they care about. So embedding a chance, the Honorable 40 LM drama is on. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ila be fongo na chairman wa ngakondo mbake mingala young stawoti. Abekata brikama ere council be ngaje janabi na la jebe nu nyameng ani biana ta jebe nyameng. Okay, I just want to go straight to the point. That's why you call a fennel. I want to go. Yalong barona la masakunda. Isita menkangolen na pankola marakita or mem constitutional, which is the mother of all laws in the Gambia. Nada haramalun aldual. So yakata le kafero bege pro loi ninkana falinyame. Up to date, they are still dragging it. Kajiko loi ninkana na. And being all the there are a lot of archaic laws in that constitution. They need to change. It does not still serve us as a country. So, I council I affected nanata local government at la mealon kaya amata area council. Ningal neko youngs big katako menke kan become area council. Niagiwe council balam je bari ila source of funding mealon ko inyanda kaduko nyindul keno and many hameno become ankoli. Aning brikama silawe pour ay nyimbe keno ase keno abe kala bul kola quality 5 kolore so ras me akena sinyi keno but ila nyoma ko kama ila katako kama ila banko kano kama anila mon mine kato fighter kaje ko kawol nya fitano ya kata they have gone extra miles pour kaje no ko si kodoso no da men ka do ko keno nyimoli yo bari la source of funding me alon ko ayanda ka sotole pour ye do ko keno central government during ya jamila tamo yol tay bulleno so kabiye tebulu kana bula fo sayna o dolbiye memur ni noy kan idol fon biye central government ne GRA le tax pour ka revenue sol dol collect no after ka portion detail la je so malon fo atel ala council anin KMC anin become Banjul City Council and other councils in the country for be katakul ki kan banka kiwe ka parliament nembang ani masakuna ki engage kaji ko source of revenue sol men yetebul no fo ba gen lo kam pour ka umrundi no kan omun na question kindi flanyang tariya ke olen ko binya gibe ko motwa banko nyinkan mobe be sawon kan ne kanana because kola men be santo da warta batele akena mo jawre migrate kan kurama system on ni giolo ane loktan ken no ni karamo so brikama dum ni agibe is the powerhouse of the Gambia. So Mojama BJB ila resident be brikama nyina area council nyine kodo. So for ala council be katako ke kan bang o be fero ndi kan ka jube nanata in terms of housing because for our member banko nyinga sia bakdale adum bi loi so be ke kan fenet nyalon ko ni mon ko do so reta kenon la na meta molbe ya commence la kila silul kan Gambia kono. So for ala council any plans or le sign number nyato lombang pour ka jibe ka bonlo no molie mi ko sikino at least a cheap price
that's a very good question. That's a very good question.
For si la sorono pensa que na frontera la silul kan because mome yalon ka fama be dugo la mazakuna abe la kan bun kendo kono ay men sorono pour ka o keno ni foaro mi yalon ka ma keno anadion ko be la silul kan. Okay. In place.
Thank you. Okay. And Memenkela, aning kiamani your answer. Then when callers or doltala, malon for your note parts of the dollar. You take the question. Say be jabino. Made that call alpha and Danila. Let's try to question on Sutiandi. Isaje we give chance to everybody to ask questions because sure most of these people now call al mensra jantal be talano definitely I'll just go through. So Yanks, if you want to quickly respond to the other question, or then I will take the other callers then.
The first one I mean for about government namo ko sodami minuta from mainly is West Coast. Because the namo minda is car park fenko car park collection on manim fenko mining sand mining ning fenko lu kodo min gana nu jenga follow ka joro ken cancel le o bushi cancel because ngamera cancel so le sunya rogal follow kele ya jam fo kamfate bulana ra beta samba central government. So since then will be mamunu no minute the cancel blue. So at the moment KMC la interest in that area mansia because it will la mining TJ. But is similar. The only ones are mostly affected about mining Begala, NBR, the LRR, and ourselves. But mining mostly is West Coast mainly. Because near Jibe, Gach Jibe, Gach Kao, Kenya Fingomin Wafi, Fingomin Soto Water. And what Kenya Fingomin Jana Commission, Biaja Metamo. Yajame contract dinu Mohammed Basile Kaugenu Jana Commission that is wrong. It should come back to central government. Baronara, I could be double double animu Jawaraya be Dunyokono, and then they give it to Gach. And now Momalu, Ika Jelle Soto, Jeleka central government, Gachka Jelle Soto it's only known to them. But Amanyana Kalawanyama, Mokilimanyano Sotola. You know, something me I don't go, it's a national revenue. Saying it other government it relying on budget support from EU and other places. So what about the revenue million double and the only viable natural resource we have so many things to talk about, and then as an opposition we're not talking about it, and all we are concentrating on is flag bearer problem. We have too much to talk about as a country, you know. So the second one, I mean, for land banking, we already started land banking for the first time. We're buying lands. So what we are buying them, and in the future, the hope is to build affordable and housing. So targeting those people, so we are hoping this year we budgeted 10 million for it, and we are buying some. Hopefully next year we will increase it. We can start building some houses on them next year. This year, the priority number one is this garbage truck roll at the moment. Well, the main headache. So we want to make sure we start collecting properly, waste collection in different places. But this, we started land banking. We are buying some lands, in fact, as we speak. Kenodol Sankande.
Yeah.
Hopefully, working will be na more Makwela Bakele around West Coast. So we are working out.
I think that response is clear. So saying youngs memengala near node pathology, I will take all these many colors on. Colors on Bal Daniela, Alala Ninin Carol, very brave because I think I've got about 10 colors. And that'll be so cool. It's almost 10 minutes to midnight right now. Young's been here almost 4 hours. We need to let him go. So it's a long night. So Alala Ninin Carol, very briefly, straight to the point, and then so that other people can also ask questions. So call a member on with a UK number. Itondi.
Scotland, Fakeba.
Yo, Fakeba, bismillah. Abaraka Fakeba.
Not a drum purka youngs tend to kajai because I could remember the first day man not a member carry what I can carte, now call Kijalanka go youngs. Etelam Diaspora la last hoped.
Yeah.
So be Danila, please. But say who youngs. I know they were bonding can. You understand? So mba tend to la ulamba jaila.
Abaraka.
Ya family. So come here men be for them be katara wala fokan andong. Come left men do na bulu ngam mole soto me along 2021 election on data Gambia na katanyonya na la family ko e carte of UDP ayela banko da manso. Abuka nu kumfa. Ya ndabe wulen kamala anda be jeleto. But say, could you believe a seated la konya ko Yankuba Darboe mbe cartel file?
Wow.
Nina dimba bianda cartel file. Ya family. Another muna fonya ko de Yankuba bira nyindo ko star dra konya ko UDP mo London nina dimba bira cartel mo UDP.
Wow, that's good.
You understand? And the same thing our family see for came see for an Italian. So nyenga mwenena tu wala mukome ngo se wiye memfola diamo kono nyenga UDP la succeed ndi ninga mol soto nge londi dulal to drum ni e do ko ka nyenna kala nyame Gambia no le den UDP la ka succeed.
True.
Anu pokile mbi yambe diamo dana wolto because alinya na fem fola alia be fola wala mukombe youngster ni la pokile nala. Tumando ibuka ko do kala mota nyin wato nyin youngster bo kambu talibe kamba diamo wulta wato menna Ukilin na dia mo dendi mulbo fokan yang sul tata tal bendung kalaj
wallahi
moli de dia mola so ya jelo sometimes mulle katara wulli ike fam bonding kam do de ke fam bonding kam do wat Yankuba mo kala mota fam talib mo kala mota fam wolbe do ko la UDP e bula do ko menna e kane ka fo be mol distract la na enemy fanan kana e kawo information luta so ni to ko be de bala do be distant dun la ñoo tema doron ya jelo mul hakilol ka jagale and je important tabakele so tolin flag biara kwa mem fo jan tolman sula wala tol sula to men Yankuba Darboe succeed nañu mol men be plalte be succeed UDP succeed tol be ñina noma so kali hakilo tu je bake e kakal distant ni bake ñotema ya jela hani la ñu football of madam diamo men be dendi Gambia banko ko so baraka bake se ko
abaraka Fakeba, thank you Fakeba Scotland abaraka ngama atela diamo mu yama rolti aning comment saying let me go to Parboy Ara membe Germany Parboy Avana is one of the elephants balom Parboy bismillah
nakoto gelem
ela koto gelom
nakoto gelem Parboy
thank you very much. Alana but not Christian it's about the loan. Now long I loan in the council it's very important. But as I hakilo to like since I am in the time of communicate for the table and like we believe that table loan be do lale and we believe that loan major do loan dikalano loan and the development and kind of cancel the interest that might be daro a silver song of another time loan be minila is a poor mira and secondly na council normally I believe before understanding money can loan simply because it will canal for only 4 years need loan the loan to some certain amount of money it's going to be our losses and thirdly one partnership create what MBJ has nothing to do with politics. This partnership is with Diaspora coming to us for responsible but through youngs February more with one of my brother from Hamburg here na Mokenda Bala and then Akala youngs bit na number diala. But rather unfortunate, and incubable left out that surprisingly from Stuttgart. But I can't try chance that my young bit known. So not attend there because he is busy. For young another chance opportunity, first of all, let him more and more body. Not a month of commuter from during the Napoli, you keep on calling and calling. Yeah,
I can call out so for
it's not his fault. No one can blame.
I need young PR. I think going to PA in the mental call so
because to be candid, when the first time of going to Gambia, we don't still lose that opportunity. Because today in facility I'm going to approve is a program on dinner. But it's still most of us so contact with the not a month because we contact for by all means in chance and thirdly, I cannot feel a fan until you near them the day in the Luala Noka, but we are not scared. Cabin the time, oh, Gio, Akumas at the Kamal. Just time your student told me, Papa, start all any target of work a young snuffer, it all from a piece of in this course. Now, Occupy become an area council, not in a but near them the Camry, and it govern all kind of nonsense in Marseille Talaka. We target them youngs just so now, but I'm scared but any day can you masakunda dandala ko youngs ibulu lata kania fa salfana many people will die around Saro. So they know that about that. So please I'm gonna stay and let him do his work. And with that respect I move on. He's not doing that alone. Thank you very much.
I don't know whether you want to quickly react because before I take at least two, I think I'll just take two more calls right now so good that I can't take everybody. Just I'll comment if you can just react to that. Yeah.
No, coming up when I'm in Pablo Munakebaldi and Katabake from campaigning to now, he's always believed in me.
Yeah.
He always supported me as well. So now I always appreciate that. Unfortunately, but I will try next time. Purung fengoke. Atondela fan ninga nyoje. Yalum ni ben dollar side though. We will say we receive too many calls and
too many calls. I'll busy
but nibe the other side, ikavole yang singe calling the meso no go live follow nyam call ikansa warsa yen sambadami. Calls ya. Odo ni dundaje. Sometimes in the phone
I panic this evening. Go and interview publicized, but man chairman so that I had to call Tunku. Guy go. I chairman in back call come matrix come magic.
No, like I'm going to guy no film set up like a broken. Guy no like that. So cold soul sometimes. I can yellow need to down land samanda. You don't know samanda, samanda. Sometimes Qatar for 5 o'clock, monk contact. All because of in and out. And then you have to meet the people because the people they all have different challenges, all kind of challenges. And then Mansakundaba, they've given hope on that one. So their main hope is at that council. They turn up every morning. But when you look at it also, that is the role of the council. We are supposed to deal with the basic problems that people have on a daily basis, and we have to respond to them, So it's very, very challenging.
Okay.
And I appreciate
very challenging. But Keba Sunkumbaro from Austria. Then there is somebody also constantly calling from Finland, but that allows the last caller. Keba Sunkumbaro, Bismillah.
Yeah. Sebo Gangel Kondombaga.
Anybody, so good, Allah.
Yeah, but Malano, Allah program of Rally starting by Jivenka almost 4 hours. So, make a man condolamba and lamba jail. Yeah, coming the Gala Coca, I'm a money that Yajiko Sora Carola 6 degree. Paranta ramol kono men yalan ko kala ko mira pour ka atombo ka ke pour ka loga bi kamera kansul chamane anji romol kono ne bi na fo man diam direct bari ngamol na soje sumol yen nan koy ko dali ata antene misalam anu ngaji ko mo kan ngo kibaro di men na ngaji ko wil fanela do ko kala so mbaflan to fana ben kontane ko bi kan
yeah
manin la femme ñinen kala la karol tan do ñinen kala kilen do askena fulasi nambe de ne ko man bir kamera kansu kera dula dabande ala ko je warata bakal anu enen dula fara nande damande fana mori jon bari Senegal ko men kera Casamance anu jela Casamance la karol sa fala capital o musique sur le musique sur fana moto resident sor me yalla ko akere Ousmane Sonko so Ousmane Sonko sa atlo mo moto Senegal ko me yalla ko sa fo ave number 2 mo ko me la ko sembo men na Senegal ko e ma sa pa men sira na makira pasteur so la pa nyin kala fa fera soro bam anu wol fo be blood de nyodo nyaadi ka do ko be ani ka fero fo nan ke me yalla ko men so joro men yalla ko bo bodal do Senegal fonyi sana fonyi ngol ka barela ko ro baake gambia ko tan ka baaji so fa fera soro ba fa no bo ko nyen ka jara nyame ko sa se me wala mari ko ar mo kiama no do ro Ousmane Sonko fa na ka me wala Senegal ko lando so ngaji ki sa ko jumlu ba pour le prate français fero ke no nyame fa no se ka jara nyame ngalo ko Senegal go men Sonko soro je barada fa na ase me o jam pas askeno fa ne ay silo nyanto soro je mi alanko amana si role play no je mi batina wori jono si tempo so no nyama
okay abaraka keba thank you ngamera chairman ela question floor be tale abi respond la mbemen kelare this caller from Finland atletically last caller for today the other people I sincerely apologize but I cannot take your calls there is somebody constantly calling from Finland I'll tell them last caller
Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum salam. Ila device e kala mo mena wa talaban please. E kala mo mena wa talaban please.
Yeah, say good tomorrow.
And embara ito di ma. E kala mo device mena please atala.
Yeah, you'd man now.
You'd man ila device on tala please. Ila device on you. I'm still hearing feedback. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, you'd man. Yeah.
Yeah, number nga mbe kontana baka.
Abaraka.
Yeah, kada fama nenge do ko beta baka.
Abaraka.
Kiaman ba ko Yankuba Darboe.
Abaraka. Abe maila.
Ba fala fana ni bara baka.
Abaraka.
Yeah, fana mbe so ko sa Gambia.
Ebe Gambia le.
Yeah. Yeah, no sunga solo ke ya.
Okay, good.
Yeah, alhamdulillah rabbi. Yankuba o ke alhamdulillah to ke. Foka do ashamna la ko la doro. Because ne ajibe sa de ko na jam. Ibugala kuma fo mo message kuma ja fo no ya ho mo makendo la. So mo nyaro ta balet. So ndo ke me fo la doro abulu la fa do ko la bak. Parce que ni mo ta da fo e contenter la ko la. Ya fo mo ka jairo la kan. So mo ta mo ser kende balet. Do ko la ya. So what I am like a more vegetarian, no comment, more remember so you suck it. Yeah, so Della Diamo bit off on Nala Monday, young Matam local for the market. Okay, but now Fundo local no cool to become the Udip color. So when you be a motor by Palazzo Diala. So they are what a kuchak and the Muku ballet. So come on in Wala cool King Yankuba Venya di Alhamdulillah Munadiala. Alhamdulillah, Dara and Sita, you don't know about blood. Mbuka moja menga kuma fo kuma jo fo na la ko. So where the document tonya nyembanko de no de. You debate the malanji ko de jam. Because mol jenga mol mitika fo nyako man kate fa you debate bara ko sapata.
Nimisa ta ha mo jamal bo fo kan.
Yeah, mo fo nya share mo tan ni kan de me ofo.
opportunity shuttle 2026 ka correct ni 2026
yeah hani bolon ko nga salo ke je o mo nin dol ka balam bari bi ka benni wol sita e ka fo jelo ko morke ba to yato ala mo ba kata kam ba kala ala mo ci ko be ko so ngay defo ngoy ko ñim bango manke ñoo jawte mbe xamone pour nga ñim bango dara
yeah
se ñim bango bi e wuli ke nga bëgg lo ko fulo ke wuli ka ba do mo kera
yeah ge ser la ba ke
e su de dara makke do ko fengol daga la fa
yeah
e ka mo da bango me lo ngomara la mandara so ndo ke meme ko me jans konto na ba ke mba ko ay to nya e be mo be ko ta de ya
abaraga
so kana so moye distract do ko mem muta continue wala
abaraga
bag
ala ki tala no to mo banko mele fer mena be kala be saw
yo abaraga bag thank you youth man abaraga youth man ila diam bela so yang sibe ibe apologize la dole fana be en call kan nte ngambara mbole call kan from Finland I about 5 or 6 calls kele this person definitely wants to talk to you ala name ila WhatsApp name is Richie. Is that your name?
Dong Karamba Jambelde, you know.
Okay, ila WhatsApp no name let me find the gang with. Anyway, but that's fine. Yeah. Karamba, go ahead. Ngajele call kila about 5 or 6 times. Iba kan doro ngale left the am young sian and ko wala nang call back. Mashallah.
Mune keda nga youngs like ko mana bika musuma nya ka katara mul
gara wala straight shoot ale mali
exactly kumo na ta nya men ta kala wala fo kumo ne dingo hanuma dingo ni be fala faida to nya ka tan bari be kumo mana le be dunna jede be finti da jenda last time ko ka pa mo radio ro fo pa por ka fa da ko kale ka kam fa ba no ayenda ka kam fa because mo ka kam fa mo le la hanuma dingo ni be to nya kan kana sila saya tara gere ge alam ko kita say the fraud because it bank do go e bo wala you understand so wala nante this boy billah wala nga like back ado se ku do e safaro ke je ko abe yanko wajin kala suwa ta ala ta ya ko ajab suwa ta it's fair enough but it's fair enough ya jela mo ma safar ke je men ka so mu ta kasiti but if at all tarbele nyinti min talbe la ñiti de mo safaro ko jako me talbe ñinin kala mande ka ko pura ja mande ka on iba jede mo be findira na e mo be findira bo mari attaque le ba fa mo ande benkre bo mo re social de internet si fara vazola wata andi kwatra man ka wati ya ma sa fonse to nyale fo
abar mo ko vo telephone ka vo talibi diam ni mane ka wala sonda wala na telephone nga mane ka karang ka fole sa ka trailer de yalo ngambie be mo kilimo le you know we are all the same
yalo kukil ne be gambia mo be men wala il Gambia jele mo même piqué be fang brand especially MPP ko la ko because last time exactly to let you see fadam fancy phone call so o mon kum Gambia kono
barola ya samanande barolo
mo ngenta mo londa mo yalla ko ngenta kala president de Gambia akuyata iteo adiata iteo ngenta kam mandi ka kanwele because mo lekata ni dara nañu open area la te mandi ko le sera ya ni be fa on follow wala fo se fon follow wala ya sene ye mo yika demfo you understand so amay need no waro wat mo la ngenta kanda sorra ke ye ni aji jawara Gambia mara sanki tangira tarra jana ka be dare ka fo Gambia jawaran ta because of wolem na dia mo to mo ka mo la ka demfo so mo kana mo ne wede mo lefta mo la fa ni te keta ko be kala president of Gambia ni mo dia mo in Italy esa falla ko ako ni aje esa fall mangaje because of UDP le matambe ni UDP ya tambe na be widna ya sala ngai ko sai ako atanga ni obe UDP le bara karto di esa fall ngai wata kero ngai ta mun kawo lati ya sala ngai ranga ni obe karno le UDP nyaadi le yele karto di esa fall ni tal no esa fall daga jen ngai ma ja ta bula esa fall bula dura alon no ko fa ka ko ning ba dim fa sala ndefana man ning ko time fa sa mun da esa fall mo fala
abaraka misa jame abaraka katabe diaring bari so kutale na colleague member me Sweden ala ture wo bana ben dani kan ako ngaso 1 minute la so kutale is past is 10 past there abaraka
melola jedoro ne de move la odo melola jedoro ne
Abaraka, thank you so much. Abaraka kola. Youngs mbe hako danda ko nga last tour membe Sweden afana akongazo 1 minute la. I call
for Sama Musibidoldi.
Yeah. So Alaji Ture, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, me moikane.
Ewe moikane, yo ngal ko dum bade.
Baraka Mr. Ture.
Alaji ila line o katala kanade. Ila network oni.
Nko? Chairman Yankuba Darboe la ko amante surprise. Ntenga mi PIU 2020 January. Maybe I didn't remember.
Ya tolle mutanu nyola. Yes, ya tolle mutanu.
Exactly. Ntenga la leadership yaje woleto because I mean Yankuba, you know, atele mu moti me yalon ko akamol kamdi atele kamol kachal nimno holo nyinkono and he is down to earth. I think kenzo le katama no holo nyinkono ala kurto selendi, you know. So I mean ntenga de wolto kavo ko nyin am nyaton ko le mati. So bring ala ko finto amante surprise. But imagine kala menna diaspora mitino menketa nung some months ago, diaspora more many kafundi nung men national December. Mara will follow up the nyadile, you know.
Okay. Yeah. Abaraka Alaji, thank you, sir. Alaji is part of our diaspora media team. I follow him kicking the balloty. Ila ke vananga call kela. Sisla call kenang. Sisla, if you can call. Sisla. But Kaman ngibula the question of Javi sign, and then we wrap up. You know, it's been a really, really very great interview, and I really appreciate this.
Definitely.
Definitely. So science blay Javi okay. Ngama dole comment like dole nyini karoke.
Ngama jama ba fa comment like. Comment ya. Sunguna atala nyini karo nyung beta ya back with regards to Senegalese soldier only.
Yeah.
Yalo Senegal soldier only. Last time nga safero kele ka foko kapirumbe tunile fang Jomai felicitate la kapirumba congratulate la.
Yeah.
Itola mantra la who everything is about Senegal sovereignty.
Yeah.
Iko France is France bela sovereignty in Tinyaka. So Senegal sovereignty kumada. Wala nam ko Gambia fana sovereignty kumada Gambian. So Senegal soja rolu inata purpose lelanu pour democracy ni restore. Democracy restore na saying baroye lelela. For the last 5 years, I'm also security reform kela. They are doing security reform in a different way. Well, they're training the soldiers, they professionalizing everything. But the thing is, for almost 7 years or 8 years now, I'll bet the same thing and then woman improve to a point that every year extend. Then it undermines the sovereignty of the whole nation. Second told Takana Nyamiva, Ntola State House. Mineka president kanta wodo wolman ke Gambian oldi. So a foreign security knows everything about Bankonyo na kulo mume.
Exactly.
It should concern every patriotic Gambia.
Yeah.
Go saying Gambia is a sovereign country. Army so the foreign deployment all everywhere. We want our army to take charge of things. Senegal soldier will be say.
Absolutely. I hope journalists will be President Joma Faye in Galala Sama. He's going to Gambia tomorrow.
Yeah.
Today,
yeah. Because they are no longer an intervention force, they are now an occupying force, and there's a big difference with that, you see. So people are really affected, and that affects the whole of West Coast region. Senegal be minna fang on the Macky Sall time is to suppress trade in the Gambia. Because nita da phone jibe wotumo sareto le ka badan Casamance ka dunna ka bagasol say nay dum yo be stop ila sojorol mi be border they be stop suppressing Gambia economy. Well, and this friendship that Barrow was having with Maki, I don't know who was benefited from it because
Senegal drone one sided.
Hani tulo dinka sang the Mali nyol kana fuel sanu Gambia ni tata because all kind of problem will create to a point that waliela tulu samo dade kata Mali ikela fengo be sanje kata nie bagaso sang Gambia sukuro ko na beduna Senegal is a problem.
Yeah.
So it's never been two ways. So we need to change, and the Gambia sovereignty needs to be respected by them. You see, and then withdrawal of their forces is very, very important. So lastly, Alaji and Yinga, Kebasungunga, that's the only one there. I don't know about the second one.
You know the comment like.
So the second one is Alaji Ture Mimfo. Alaji remind yes, I told you nyoga anti-crime. You know, yes, anti-crime. What more gorgim move jamanu? Yen samba incommunicado detention, all kind of things. All kind of maltreatment you can think of. You like a molaji. Baro call of Kobodo, you wanna go follow Kobodo clear. Inhumane treatment of people, I can't always celebrate. Yeah, Adam. But I told you the fact. I tell you about the diaspora engagement on Finland triple bota wole kono. Because covering Kebanyol Botaje, they took it upon themselves to make sure in Bob to Renul and the rest of the Finland chapter, they worked on that and they developed it to a point that we are now having this other visit. The Sweden one on Nyanda Mingalan Sweden, I wanted to thank Malcolm. Mohammed Malcolm Jallo, Mohamed Malcolm Jallo, Mohammed. He did well on that because Atalibin will pay facilitate, and he almost facilitated. He wanted me to even give a speech at the Swedish Parliament. Hey, no, don't do that as of yet, you know. But he was doing a lot, you know, and I appreciate that. And then he continues to help us a lot, you know, Mohammed. And Malcolm Jallo is doing a lot. I tell him Sweden, this Swedish member of EU Parliament. So he's doing he's doing a lot for us in Sweden. So Ngalu Nimbetala in August, notify so that he can make such arrangement for us with Stockholm and the other cities there. But also to have that engagement with the Gambians in Sweden, because it's very important for a politician, Yabona Gambia, to meet with the future generation, because Sweden, Sweden, you know, and those needs to be inspired. They need to hear from us as politicians in the Gambia to tell them why Gambia should matter in their life and why it should continue to matter in their life. And that is very, very important. The same thing we should do for every other Gambian diaspora and community, so that we engage the kids, and they might have questions about Gambia, and they would want to ask politicians, leaders in that community to address those things for them.
Wow.
So that's why I always value these meetings with the Gambian diaspora community. It's not about those Gambian, because some of them are settled. They're not thinking of going back to Gambia.
That
is not what they are thinking of. But because of their patriotism about their country, even though they're that far away from that country, Nigeria, Senegal, how they're fighting for their country. What we need to fight for the next election is to make sure Gambian diaspora is able to
vote. Exactly.
They make sure they vote, you know. And then it will help us a lot. That connection between them and Gambia will continue. And then it will Gambian heritage nymphanaya preserve. Because that will come to help Gambia a lot in the future for them. So engagement with the Gambian diaspora is always very, very important, and I value it so much. I went to New York. We were able to have a little meeting at the mosque.
Yeah.
It was an engagement which was very, very good. You know, so we need to keep that engagement going, because they are meeting politicians here, but they hardly meet politicians from their father's country or their mother's country.
Yeah.
And politicians are leaders in those communities. They have
Yeah.
questions. They were born in these countries, and every day they go to school. Didn't know why and we are the leaders. We should be answering those questions for them.
Yeah.
And if they don't ask us, who are they going to ask? You know.
Yeah.
So these are things that, as you know, as leaders, we need to take very seriously, and we need to be able to help them address such questions, so that tomorrow they can be able to have something to respond. So
now if I'm an interview see for 4 hours. If I'm able to get me carrying Jamo UTP platform, so we have the latitude to go on
definitely.
But me tend back Yangs, on a final note, can Molbe tend to go Hanisai 1,141 people have been giving up Facebook and YouTube. After 4 hours, people are still not almost 1.5k people listen to this interview. Combined Facebook is really a very, very widely listened to. But in the interview, no. In a conclusion, Young's Spain Diaspora first ever convention. Could you the party leader? And we look forward to. I'm sure you will be heading to Spain. Yeah,
definitely.
Inshallah, and also you can kill 2 birds with one stone. Comment briefly about that, and also general advice to UDP Youngs. Even more Yamala did a UDP call leading to 2021. Yeah, demanding follow, but these are reiterate now that we need to remain focused.
Yes.
Petty squabbles or blunder matters. So I just want to leave that in your capable hands. You do a general advice to UDP Ngolo, and also if you want to comment briefly about Diaspora Spain Convention on the leadership of Mbo Cherikan, of course, as well as Diaspora Charity. So I'll leave that with you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, Memin Kelambe, UDP Yamar Laje, and I extend na Gambian Olfanambe Yamarje. We have a country, you know, that country is Gambia. And then that country should be very important to us. There are scavengers in charge of that country.
Absolutely.
And then at the moment, if they are pillaring that country, pillaging it more or less. So if Sunyarole Keka on a grand scale, it belongs to the poor people of the country. And then Bangkonying, whether we appreciate it or not, we are not moving forward. We are going backward. The dollar so bit depreciate to a level that we've never seen.
Yeah.
Coming on info, we are a country, we are supposed to be having over 1,000 barrels of oil in our deep sea. We have leaders who never talk about it. For the last 7 years, most oil sorted to that level, and you don't talk about it. There's a reason why they're not talking about it. And we need to know why. Because our people are suffering. Our people are dying every day. The healthcare sign is the worst in that whole region. Follow more carbon everywhere cannot treatment on na Gambia. That is not happening. Imagine how many families depend on groundnut farming. You know, everything pay simply because fangum lebe everywhere, but couldn't be like and that's it. The corruption on normalize. And the other thing, corruption or follow, it's affecting only government. Now it affects everywhere. Because it permeates now, it permeates into everywhere in our society. Because Makele Kabraba Banda, and it's now destroying everything. Every fabric of our society has been eaten up by corruption. And the nimma wulia kama, every one of us, when we start campaigning against it, it will destroy everything. Corruption is the biggest enemy to Adam Barrow, to ourselves. Even those that are engaged in corruption don't even know how much of an enemy it is to them, much more to the people that they're depriving the fund. So it's very, very bad, and we need to stand up against it. And the moment we get rid of corruption, I was talking to somebody from PASTEF. He said, what do you think of this thing? I said, one thing I know, Ko, you think that you finished the first battle. The first battle is getting Macky Sall out. But the bigger battle is how you tone that civil service into working for you. And the big battle was not against Sirfo Sonko or CDC. It was against Jonga and Jeng, the very people we never stood in an election with. They're the system that we found there, and changing that system, that's where the battle is. Guy number two, the other problem you're going to face is if you don't deal with corruption, even if the petrol and gas you people keep talking about, you're not going to be able to deliver anything in 5 years with all that money if people are taking it all away from you. Guys, so your number one priority should not be about gas and electric. Tighten the holes, tighten all the holes that you have in the Senegalese government, and make sure no one now takes money from the government coffers and start building story buildings for themselves. The moment you do that, you will succeed. Even with money from gas or not, you will succeed. And make sure all the taxes, revenue that is supposed to come, and it all comes there. Even that alone is a success story for you. So for UDP, the big issue is this flag bearer. You know what I believe? I believe if we win 2026, we could be in power for 50 years. So the Talib you want to be a president can be a president in that 50 years. Yankuba Darboe you want to be a president can be a president 50 years. I voted for Lawyer Darboe in 2021. And let me tell you, I have no iota of regret for doing so. I mean, Nico, we vote for him again, I will do it. And I will have no regret for 1,000 years. Many, you know, the people, many under regret Sutler for voting for someone else. The people who voted for Barrow. I don't think that Ali vote Kaya because you were expecting Kodala Super Boiler to 80 to a pound or almost 90 to a pound. I don't think Ali voting Kaya come mani boto dabidala 3,000, 4,000. I don't think Ali voting Kaya ko abe 40 million dela journalists or danko ka promote. I don't think Ali voting Kaya ko ferio sign the ferio from sort the cross la between Bara and Banjul. But all of that is the result of what you voted for. How can anybody be proud of that? I am proud of the person I voted for because I knew if you had voted for Lawyer Darboe, this is not the Gambia that we will give you.
Absolutely. Definitely. We will not have been in this kind of mess.
Yes. But for UDP, we have so much to take on. And then there is so much that this government is doing that is wrong. Is wrong. We need to campaign. We need to talk about our gas and petrol. What is happening to that? Why are we dying every day when the gas and petrol is supposed to be helping us? Why all our youths are running away from a country that is supposed to be very rich in petrol and gas? We need to ask these questions.
The level of corruption in government.
The level of corruption in government. And then we should never be scared of Barrow and his people. Who is Barrow after all?
Yeah, man. Audit report on Kafunti. Femboka Bodi.
And we are sitting down. No one is protesting. Nobody protests about those things. We need to start to do something. Government if we don't shake them, they will not wake up. And only when they wake up are we going to be on the right direction. Because never boso la driver vesino but massive bet. You
man, in fact that force past the success man for protest go.
Diaspora.
Dekar ngaji jelen tolu Gambian will be one things on laftatala kultala easy right. You know, ning laftaka ngake pastef menke behani la wala, right? Mama for boy luatinya, we don't want riots, but ila bankola nyanto ka funti ka balamba even pastef ya diaspora muta makisal bulla abuka ni jino nyam atata dawde sabula tongono we need to do the same thing to Barrow.
We need to do the same thing. Ninko Barrow deliver and perform, because Barrow at the moment is having a free ride. He's having a free ride. Everything is just succumb to whatever Barrow wants at the moment. So imagine kadiam nyami from faka fa handle ko mi gale wo be kala. Nduma Barrow von hanja kadiam o si fake. Against all of us Gambians. Against all of us. I can no, you know. So I think we need to focus. 2026, around April or March, flag bearer issue will come up at that time, and we will choose the right candidate. We have many right candidates in UDP.
Why should it even be a topic?
It shouldn't be.
You see, UDP has a very robust system that is in place. So, what vehicle the methodology can we use? The same methodology we use, and we will always take decision. Why should people even make it an issue?
Yeah, and the party has a very, very good leader. The sacrifices that Lawyer Darboe has taken for Gambia, everything. He sacrificed everything for Gambia. You know, and then he is doing it because he wants a better Gambia, just like every one of us. But I want that sense of patriotism. That is the only way that's gonna free us from this shackle on our hands. You know, Barrow Milla Molkumoka is Sitile, and then all of a sudden we thank God that Macky Sall is no more there, because Macky Sall was indirectly ruling Gambia, and he hated us so much.
Yeah, no, man. They feel more content for the Macky candidate or Boita. Definitely, I hope this is going to resonate in Gambia. But ngalonko definitely niaji be yang si kamune fanam fo nga minister dole mo recently Rohi John Manjang Adam Barrow minister. Ni di am dañi marchandise da be kolan Senegal ñani ikamul gamelol nenem la yang si ko hani tubab du fon marchandise da be sila ku bu kan dimi na man kenyindi mo se yang Gambia ka subo fon do ma jey c'est problème. Nyewo fo is expensive. Tubabu du jang yangs. For the members of subo do mola.
Wallahi.
Cost of living be jang nyawo nya, but subo is not a problem here. Mol fonga binde man la fin la fa nyawo le do mola. I wanted to eat something. But Gambia mol buka even nyawo buka afford no. Shine. Muno you want to be Gambian in Europe lala. But you want to be in Europe lala in terms of cost of living.
One of them deluded government. Neo sort of in charge. It'll come here, it'll life be easy, be easy more be fair in Gambia. People are really suffering in Gambia, you know. People are really suffering. Coming over Yaman, don't let cancel moment Doronkanao. And then if on that day, Woolman fence of the window.
Honey Pamodu Fongola radio station or to Youngs. Pamodu radio is the moment Kataji Kamako Gini. And the woman media house, you know.
And then we have a government could they are spending 40 million per image the family. We have been taken for a ride, Gambia. Until we stand up and tell this Barrow that look, we you were here with all of us. You man get offended, don't let get offended. Beating and no get offended, nonsense. We will not accept it.
But youngs, you know the Allah minister Kuro Ahmad Ba. I told you about Doko Kalana because we kufanto mania me for arrogance. Akadiam Gambian will can yami. What's wrong with that man?
Yal Mingran in Dolbenda. I have 10 kunale because 9 years of Dolbenda of land. No, doing kind in Nabenda. I have 10 kunale. I have 10 kunale. Yalong, I can nonsense of a mini will get a good nonsense of a nonsense of land. But like 40 days nonsense solo. 9 nonsense of a fly night because at the end of the day, you are only a minister, line minister.
You
see what I mean? So it's not only nonsense over the mole, and then you expect people. Either you are selected by someone until we are elected by a whole.
In fact, I only left all the form for either you have the mandate of the people. I don't, and just on the whims and caprices of a Barrow at the cabinet minister.
Exactly. Barrow ke be fena ne puruka jibe be mol sila. Yalo nyanda millon. Hadama dungo bika rule ni silangola. Only dictatorship functions in that way. Democracy, yalong Gambia, ibika lon dolongan na silo fong bulano nyami. Because dolonga sada uda soto mol kanay ba fala gunja kungole bela. Chalo minti nimvenga jana. abe siri nim police ol go be man na ko ya no ala nyantolem ala bula ya fo ala nyantolem. We had a leader like that. That was the beginning. Many countries we just took the radicalism that we have now. Mengo menna the way kemuli fengote jatoti.
Ako ni moli neng sa ibe mol nen nale. Ahmad Ba. Ahmad Ba. Kemala dia mo muy. Ako legi
ngala bendel la wala bayri ga bendel benderlat.
But young Kajabe dia mbalingi ebula. Definitely meeting to la bage on behalf of Bantaba and the Diaspora. This is a bread absolutely refreshing and interviewing kumada bage baraka. Burum binta kan ngala afaigo hako tunye bibi mo ngala time mo be tale so kutale it's almost 1 a.m. here in UK right now. Baraka baka yang ngibula. Thank you for being here. Anong ni be mo la fana safe journey to the Gambia. All the
Thank
best.
You so much.
We hani be Gambia na man network ko ti legi kalso to jam. You know,
Indeed.
but abaja ka network issue with the Gambia.
Network is light.
All the best, youngs. Good night. Good morning right now. Thank you. Okay, I'm Badi Golong Keman Youngs Daboti. Thank you so much to all of you. It's been a very, great interview with the Keman of West Coast region. And Sukuda right now is 24 minutes to 1 a.m. right now in the UK. It's 24 minutes to 2 a.m. in most parts of Europe, but still we have got 1,088 people watching us on Facebook. This is part of the policy discussion show. I do apologize because I cannot take all the callers. It's not possible. And I did my utmost. And next Friday, we'll have another expert from the UDP on UDP Online Bantabalo policy discussion. So, alinga focus, kama yang siafu nyami, alinga ni buruha habula, alinga focus ke UDP empower. It should be a moral obligation on every Gambian to make sure nga barola man se kuna jindi. Wajibolom, moral obligation. Ko Senegal yo soli ya nyami moral obligation ka Macky Sall man se kunda bondi Senegal. Because nim ba Amadou Ba winter no kolom Macky Sall man se kuna be continue la Senegal in koli la man se kunda kanu. Ya ko pour que man se kunda kurungo bondi. It should be moral obligation. So my program kumfala gen right now. So kutale. I've been here 4 hours 19 minutes. I haven't done this for a long time. But this is really son, you are sleeping. I'm not sleeping. I may be exhausted, but I'm not sleeping. But Allah barakabake until we converge again on YouTube Online Bantaba. Tomorrow there's not going to be Bantaba anyway. And on Sunday there will be no Bantaba. I think we'll be back on Monday on YouTube Online Bantaba. Allah barakabake. Thank you and good night to everybody. Allah barakabake. Thank you.